Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 4 here in Duisburg, Germany, at the 2026 World Rowing Under-23 Championships. Thank you once again for joining us on the live stream on Sunday, final day of this event, and today is all about finals. In a few moments, we start with the B finals of the lightweight and the open weight singles for both men and women, and the B final of the men's 8. After a small break, we start with the medal races. The first of 10 A finals on the schedule is the A final of the lightweight women's scull. That race starts at 10:05. Last 2 races of the day are the mixed double and the mixed 8 first here at the Under-23 World Rowing Championships. My name is Tim van Vliet, and once again I'm joined by Niamh Haith in the commentary booth next to me. Good morning, Niamh. How are you today?
Good morning, Tim. Good morning, everyone. Doing very well this morning. Excited for the last day of racing. Weather-wise, we're looking at about 20 degrees Celsius at the moment. It'll get up to about 23, so a little bit different and milder than it was yesterday. We got up to almost 30 degrees yesterday, so a little bit cooler for the athletes. A little bit stiffer breeze out there as well, coming from the west-southwest direction. So it's crosswind, but also a little bit of a tailwind, but nothing too crazy. It'll get a little bit higher throughout the day, but nothing major. So conditions will be really good for these rowers. But we're getting underway in just over a minute. It will be the under-23 lightweight women's single sculls B final.
Yeah, the B final after we saw the heats earlier in the week, and that was a race for the A final and the B final with not too many competitors here. We find just 2 athletes competing here in the B final for places 7 and 8 overall at these championships, and 2 athletes already lined up at the start. And yesterday we had a few 2-boat races as well in the minor finals, and once again this is going to be a gladiatorial matchup between these 2 athletes at the start.
It certainly will, yes. Started off with 8 entries. We'll see the 6 fastest of those a little later on in the A final. But here we have 2 competitors getting ready to start. Great shots there of the umpire's tower and the starting place where the starting sequence takes place, and the volunteers, we mention them every day because they do such an important job, but the volunteers there are lying down holding the boats in place, and you can see the bow are also in a shoe, I believe they're called, where it's just holding the bow in place just to make sure that the boats stay straight heading down the course. A little bit tougher today with that slight crosswind.
Yeah, that's we'll have to see what that crosswind means as we come down the track, but at the start actually the conditions look to be absolutely perfect here, and that shoe which you mentioned, you can see them next to the red buoys. That helps the athletes to keep their boat stable and straight heading towards the finish. And already the green light, a fast start there by the umpire, not waiting around for the first couple of strokes. A quick start by one of the 2 athletes, that is Lilia Ikram Megoudat. She is really flying out of the blocks. Going with her we have Yosser Hetli from Tunisia right beside her, but a great start from the Algerian.
Yeah, we saw these 2 athletes in the heats on the first day of racing back on Thursday, and there was about 10 seconds separating them, and it was Hedley of Tunisia who was the fastest sculler. So looking like Megoudat of Algeria knew that she'd have to go off hard at the start and get out into the lead if she was going to take the win here in the B final. Both athletes quite new to rowing. We've seen the Tunisian sculler internationally at beach sprint events back in 2024, but first time there that she's competing for Tunisia in flat water rowing. The same with the Algerian Megoudat. It's her first time competing internationally at all. So this is an amazing moment for both of them. It's their second race of the championships, and I think, you know, when maybe the pressure is off, there's only 2 of you in the race, it's a chance for you to really execute that race plan exactly as you want.
Yeah, and they've been had a little bit of rest after the heats on Thursday, where these two raced against perhaps one of the favourites to win the gold medal once again. Melissa Cincario from Italy was in that heat. She won that heat, but behind her these two athletes went all out, and they are going all out once again here in this B final. And after that really rapid start of Mengedat from Algeria, you can see her here in full view of the camera as they come across the first timing mark. She instantly took that length margin ahead of Hedley from Tunisia, but more or less the stable at the moment, with the Tunisian athlete not really giving away any more ground in that second 250.
Absolutely not, and very different approaches here to their style of rowing. The Algerian is down at 30 strokes per minute, so focusing on lower rate, higher power. Then the Tunisian is up at 36 strokes per minute, so moving more rapidly up and down her seat, getting the blades into the water that little bit quicker, but kind of matching it. They're very kind of similar speed, so different techniques, but they're both getting the similar speed out of themselves.
Yeah, you can see it really well here with as we ride with Hedley from Tunisia. She's up at that little bit more dynamic rhythm, perhaps a bit more sustainable for the full 2 kilometer course, because if you're in that really low rate, you tend to feel that a bit more, and athletes ticking it over that little bit more easily have perhaps that little less fatigue perhaps in the final sprint. But at the moment it is Yossir Hedley who has the work to do. I think that same amount of margin, I think, as we saw at 500, and into this second to 500 meters, it is really interesting to see if Tunisia can actually step it up now and get that bow ball once again right alongside the Algerian.
She certainly looks like she's making a move. Looking over to her right just to see the distance. Algeria have pulled ahead and clear water, but Tunisia, I think, will be able to respond. There's still quite a bit to go. We're just approaching that halfway mark, and as I mentioned in the heats, there was over 10 seconds of a difference between them. It was Hedley of Tunisia, the faster of these two scullers, ahead of Megdad of Algeria. So Algeria knew she had a little bit of work to do to get ahead, and that's exactly what she did in the first half of the race. But now as they move into the second half, let's see if she's able to sustain it.
Yeah, that's the big question now into this third quarter. Usually that third quarter of the race is the place where we see the huge pushes of all the athletes, because this is a moment in that race that you're still quite far from the finish, but this is really a piece of the race where you can make that difference. As you can see here, Mengedat gritting her teeth a little bit. She's really feeling this strain from the first 1,000 meters now, and she is looking left and right. You can see her actually checking where am I on the course. Do I need to do another push? Another little look to Hedley from Tunisia to see if she has to make a defensive move. But in terms of speed, more or less evenly matched. But I think we see a little push here from the Tunisian athlete now. She's looking across her shoulder to see where Megdad is, and she's flying. She's really going for it.
She is really going for it and starting to creep towards Megdad of Algeria, who's actually dropped under the 30 strokes per minute now. She's down at 28 at the moment, which is unusual to see in a final at this point in the race. But what is happening here is that Hedley of Tunisia is now starting to execute that final sprint. She has 650 metres to go, and with every stroke she's taking, she's closing that gap.
Yeah, I'm really amazed by the turn of speed by Tunisia at the moment, and seeing that low rate of striking from Algeria combined with the grimace on her face, I'm not sure this is her sort of relaxing into her race and making the most of it. I think she's really hurting here.
I think so too. I think it was really gutsy what she did, and went going off so hard at the start to get ahead of Hedley of Tunisia, but it wasn't sustainable. You know, she kept ahead until that halfway mark, but Hedley kept her head in the race, knew exactly what she was going to do, and now this is what it's paying off for her, because we can see her bow now moving ahead. Yeah,
that's a really decisive move, and it must feel amazing in that Tunisian single scull to row past Algeria Algeria at the moment, and that gives you that huge boost, because you can see that the work that you are doing is paying off, and she's actually pushing through with more than a kilometer speed difference. That's a huge speed difference. We see that sometimes in the single scull, that some athletes are really able to turn on the afterburners and really go for it. But what a well-timed push here. We're still 350 meters out from the line, but Yosser Hedley from Tunisia is making the move of the day here so far. It's a length of clear water already. What a push.
What a push. This is really impressive here. But both athletes, again, to mention that it's their first time competing internationally in flat water for their countries. So it's a really, really proud moment. And Meg Dad, although maybe pulling back ever so slightly, keeping even her rate is actually dropping now. She's down at 27 strokes per minute. But what learning she'll take from this race. Her first time here on the international scene, and she'll have a huge learning to take from it. But 200 meters to go. It's all about Hedley of Tunisia. Now look at that gap she's opened up.
Yeah, it's still nearly a kilometer an hour quicker in this stage of the race than the Algerian, and she can really enjoy this. You can hear a little bit of encouragement coming from the banks and the appreciation from all the spectators for the performance here out on the water by Tunisia and Algeria. But Yosser Hedley still stepping it up, 33 strokes a minute. I think she knows she's done enough, but she's really enjoying the ride home.
She certainly is. This is a great moment for her as well. Another athlete who's out here for the first time on the flatwater international scene, and this is great. We have to say that Meg Dad there really took up her speed there towards the last kind of 150 metres. So she had a little bit of a sprint in her, but it is Hedley of Tunisia who is going to take the win and finish 7th overall in the lightweight women's single sculls.
Yeah, and second across the line, Lydia Ikram Mengedat, a valiant sprint in the end. 8th overall is the result, and just under 2 seconds, a little bit more than 2 seconds. I think that graphic was not completely accurate, but here are the official results. So Hedley wins this B final ahead of Mengedat with 7.5 seconds in the end. So wonderful performance, but great performance all round. As we move to the next B final on the course, we have the lightweight men's single sculls. We have 6 athletes competing: Switzerland, Egypt, USA, Tunisia, Germany and South Africa are racing, and we are already past the halfway mark here, and it's a close race for the front 4 positions.
It certainly is. It was Tunisia's Creamy went through that 500 metres in the lead ahead of Schuler of Switzerland, Zilan of South Africa then in third, and then things have very much changed through the halfway. Creamy still holding that lead through the halfway, followed then by Simon John of USA in third and Luca Britton of Germany. But things have changed here again as we come up towards the 1500 metre mark, and it is Simone of USA now leading it out just ahead of Britain of Germany, and Tunisia now back in third.
Yeah, Creamy, we saw him on the very nice close-up of him racing, and you can see the rate he has been going for. He is at 36 strokes a minute, but it's all about the American sculler out in front, Simeon John, who is racing this B final. I thought he was A final material. He's off to, but he's quite young still. He's just 19 years of age, off to Dartmoor next semester, and he discovered rowing after the COVID pandemic, and he's really made that single scull his own. He really likes this event, this boat class, and he's through the 1500 meter mark first, just a second ahead of the German Luca Britton from the Saarbrücker Rudergesellschaft Undine. He's keeping the American honest in the final 500 meters. I think we're going to see a sprint between those two athletes. Here you see the American on the background with Creamy from Tunisia in the foreground, and Tunisia still not willing to let go for one of the higher placings in this B final. But I think the German athlete really moving here.
He certainly is up at that little bit higher with his stroke rate as well. Another one I'm watching there is Omar Musa of Egypt, who we also saw competing in the men's quad, but he's closing in on Tunisia's Creamy now at the moment for that third position here in the B final, and he is that fastest moving boat out there at the moment, closing that gap, coming to overtake Tunisia now with 200 metres to go.
Yeah, just 200 metres to go, and it's going to come down to the wire. The USA still leading Germany for the first and second positions in this B final. I don't think Krimi has enough in the tank left and enough course left to overhaul them, but a great sprint next to the American athlete. Musa is really shifting, but the USA still have that decent margin. It's just a few more strokes to go for this young American sculler. I think he's going to do it. Look at the speed. What a great finishing rhythm here.
Great finish here, really strong at the back end of his stroke here now, and opening up the gap between himself and Luca Britton, and Omar Musa of Egypt closing in on Germany here now, coming up towards the line, but Germany I think just holding off to take that second position here in the B final.
Yeah, and then it's really close between Krimi in one of the center lanes ahead of, I think that was Troy Zillen from South Africa, ahead of Dario Schuller from Switzerland.
There we have results of the B final of the lightweight men's single scull. Simone John of USA taking the win there. Luca Britton of Germany in second. Omar Musa there with a great final quarter of representing Egypt, coming in third ahead of Mohamed Krimi in fourth of Egypt.
Next up is the B final of the women's single sculls. We have Ella Boldisova from Czechia, lane 1, Bavaria Likumitru. A bit of a surprise to see her here. USA, Mullen. We have Sarah Bourke from Australia, lane 4, Madeline Cox from New Zealand, lane 5, and Megan Knight, Great Britain, in lane number 6. And we've just passed 750 metres gone here, and a great race so far, with Australia looking good in lane number 4.
Yeah, Sarah Bourke there taking an early lead and going through that 500 metres ahead of Likumitru of Greece, but it looks like Greece now overtaking Australia for the lead here in the B final. Cillian Moulin then of USA in that third position, followed by Bodisova of Czechia. But let's have a look as we pan across to see them crossing that halfway mark, and it is that strong sculler from Greece leading it out and opening it up ahead of Australia, winning a gold medal last year in the double at the under 23 level, as well as a gold at under 19. So a bit of a surprise that she is in this B final.
Yeah, I think it all became unstuck for her in the last quarter yesterday in the semi-final. She was in positions 3 to 4 there or thereabouts, but then she completely lost it in the final quarter, where she was rowed through and ended up I think 5th across the line in her semi-final. It was a disappointment and a surprise, I'd say, I think, for most people, because we would have expected Likumitru to be in the A final, but she's here now in this B final, leading it just ahead of Mullen from the USA, who, after a successful campaign with the University of Washington, now returns in the single after 2 years absence. We last saw her race the single in 2024, and she's now here back again, and she's right alongside this athlete from Australia. Also one to watch, I think, come the final sprint, because Sarah had a really great finish in her semi-final. Wasn't enough to get her into the A final, but she's one to watch because she has a great turn of speed in the final few hundred meters.
She does, and she's down at that 33 strokes per minute. Will it be a tall order to get that rate up towards the end? We'll have to see, but it is allowing that sculler from New Zealand, Madeline Cox now. She's starting to close the gap ever so slightly. She's up at that 37 strokes per minute now as they head in towards their final 600.
Yeah, Maddie Cox, also part of the US collegiate system. She rode for the University of California this season, now jumped into the single for representing New Zealand, and she's really closing the gap where Greek, the Likomitru, still is, well, about a full length ahead of the USA, Australia and New Zealand. So it's going to be a great tussle there. Don't discount Boldisova from Czechia. She's on the right-hand side of your picture as we come through the last timing mark before the finish. A little bit of clear water separating Greece from the USA now.
Just a little bit separating them as we come in towards the finish line. Likomitru of Greece down at that 32 strokes per minute still at the moment, but she is dominating, holding 11 metres of a lead ahead of USA's Mullen, then Australia, then holding on to that third position, seeing the challenge that Cox of New Zealand is giving her and trying to stay ahead. She is at the moment 300 still to go though.
Yeah, the USA, Cillian Mullen, she missed out on the A final by just about a second, and I expect her to step it up now as she is at the moment at 35 strokes a minute, but she also has a great finishing rhythm. And having said that, I can see that little bit of a change of gear by Likomitru. Here she is from Greece, still really long, powerful strokes on her, and she's underrating the entire field by at least 2 strokes a minute as we come into 200 meters to go.
And we see USA there, Cillian Mullen putting on her push, one of the faster moving boats out there, but it is all about Likomitru of Greece here now in this brilliant shot, starting to up that rate, still keeping it quite reserved in terms of everyone else, but she's holding off the challenge with 100 to go now.
Yeah, 100 to go. You can hear the cheers from the banks. I think Greece has done enough, but look at the speed of Boldisova from Czechia outside of this picture, but she's really moving to the sculler from Australia. I'm not sure it's going to be enough, but what is enough is the performance by Likomitru. She takes the win here in the B final ahead of Mullen from the USA. Then it's going to be really close between Australia, I think, just getting there ahead of the athlete from Czechia, Boldisova, there ahead of New Zealand and Great Britain for the places 5 and 6.
There are the results of the B final of the women's sculls. We have Greece taking the win there ahead of USA, Australia, Czechia getting ahead of New Zealand in those last few hundred metres to take fourth, New Zealand in fifth. And we move on now to the start of the men's single sculls. 6 names on the board, but I believe we only have 5 boats competing. There was a late medical withdrawal from Slovakia. That was Strakansky. So just 5 boats competing. So in lane 1 we have Hungary, lane 2 Austria, lane 3 Czechia. Lane 4 is clear, and then lane 5 is Lithuania at 500 metres. It was Hungary leading this one out ahead of Strauss of Austria and Madras Peters of Spain in third, but things are changing now. Staghetti of Hungary leading, still holding on to lead ahead of Strauss, but Mondevilla of Lithuania moving into third.
Yeah, great to see him racing here in the B final. I think there was a little bit of an upset yesterday, which saw him race in this B final, but Mondevilla from Lithuania is a very powerful athlete in his own right, 4th in the B final last year, and at the moment though I think he's going to go for the win. He's drawing level with the Hungarian sculler together with Austria's Nikolaus Strauss, who is right there in the middle of the field, so it's getting closer. I mean, it's near. It's these 5 crews more or less within a length and a half of each other. Only Czechia now feeling the strain a little bit, but still within striking distance. As we approach 1,500 meters, it is still anybody's race here. The experienced Szigeti from Hungary on the far side, his third under-23 campaign, and he is racing all out. You can see it by the amounts of stroke a minute he's taking, 41 strokes a minute at the moment, as Nicolas Strauss moves his bow ball ahead with 400 meters to go.
And then, of course, on the right-hand side of our screen, Montvila of Lithuania, right up there. The three of them here having a great race up against each other. But it is Austria's Strauss who is the faster-moving boat out there right now with 300 metres to go. And they're actually starting to pull away a little bit now from Szigeti of Hungary, who had been leading it out from the start. So he's going to need to put on a push now if he's going to get back into that top position.
Yeah, it's going to be real close. We're just inside the red boys, which means we have 250 meters to go. Strauss from Austria, quickest boat on the water. He's a canvas now ahead of Lithuania, who is also sprinting. Montvila really going for it. 40 strokes a minute by the Lithuanian. Hungary, I think, fading a little bit here. Spain not out of it just yet. Only Czechia off the pack, but this man is sprinting. I love the grit and determination by the young Austrian here. He's really going for it. Quick look to his right, quick look to his left, and then all out here. 40 strokes a minute.
He is going for it here. Spain, though, faster moving boat and has overtaken Hungary now for that third position, starting to move towards Lithuania now, but not enough water to get there. I would say it is going to be Strauss of Austria taking the win ahead of Montvila of Lithuania. But what a great comeback there from Spain and Madras Peters. And it looks like Szigeti just did not have it in him to hold on towards the end. Great first half of his race, but couldn't hold on. So he finishes in the fourth position.
Yeah, just ahead of Czechia's Strelba, who was dropped off. And I don't think that graphic is accurate. Lithuania definitely got third across the line, as we wait for official confirmation of second, actually, across the line, ahead of Spain, Hungary, Czechia, and Slovakia's Petr Strakanski did not start this B final. So that concludes the B final for the men's single. And with that, we jump straight from the smallest boat to the biggest boat out on the water. The B final of the men's 8. 3 crews here, Czechia, Italy and the Netherlands. And this is, of course, a very fast race. And you can see here on the left-hand side, Czechia, Italy in the center lane, and the Netherlands out in the lead in orange on the right-hand side of the picture here. And that Dutch crew has something to make up. They really wanted to go to the A final, but they narrowly missed out. And then the best thing you can do is win the B final. And at the moment, they are leading by about half a length.
We started off with 9 entries in this category on Thursday. Fastest 6 we'll see later on today. These are the 3 competing for places 7 through 9. And what a great race with 500 metres to go. It is Netherlands leading this one out ahead of Italy and Czechia.
Yeah, brilliant race by the Dutch. All crews at 39 strokes a minute. And the Italians now, well, not closing the gap. I think the Dutch going for a little change of gear. They know they are in for a race because the Italians can sprint to the line. And I'm not sure the Dutch have enough in the tank to produce something similar. Here are the Italians. Great cohesion here. Love the blade work with the Tricolore. They are rowing away from Czechia with 300 meters to go. The Dutch still have it. And we approach the red buoy area so fast. We're already there. The Dutch now quickest boat on the water. I think they've started sprinting early, but it's a race of power more than rate. 40 strokes a minute now by the Dutch.
Yes, 200 metres to go, and the crowds outside the windows of our finish tower here are already lifting the roof off. Can't wait to see what they'll be like for the finals later on. Netherlands holding on to that really quick speed here now, opening up that little bit of a gap from the Italians. The Italians trying to respond here, but the Netherlands just holding them off.
Yeah, great rhythm there by Gunnar van den Hoogen. He leads KNSRB combination crew from the Netherlands. It's still at 40, I think, cruising now. They know the Italians won't catch them on the line. The Dutch win the B final ahead of Italy, and Czechia take third here. And as the Dutch catch their breath, we go for that little bit of a break in the program. This was the last B final of the regatta. Here are the official results. So Italy 2 seconds down on the Netherlands. Czechia some 4 seconds back. So we go for that little break now. Rejoin us at 10:05 when we start with the first A final of this Super Sunday with the lightweight women's single sculls. So a little bit of a break. See you back in a little over half an hour. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the first A final of the Sunday here at the 2026 World Rowing Under-23 Championships. First A final of the day, and we start with the lightweight women's single scull. So a quick lane order just there. We'll dive straight into the action with Ela Ersan from the USA here in lane number 1. Lovely soft focus pictures there as we see the clock system being raised. We still have quite a few minutes to go. We're about 2.5 minutes out, but beside the athlete from the USA, we find Peru, Luciana Zegarra. She was not in frame just then. You can see her actually on the far side, second boat from the top of the picture. We'll get a close look on her now. Oh, here we are with Peru. Luciana Zegarra, coastal rower by trade. Great to see her here on these flat water championships, and she's done well to qualify herself for the A final. we have high expectations of this A-final because this athlete, Nathalie Senchuk from Germany, home favorite here, the athlete from Ruderclub am Wannsee, 20 years of age, and she is beside the defending champion from Italy. Here is Melissa Shinkario. And next to Italy we find Maria Baricevic. She's looking really relaxed here, making sure her boat is well positioned in the clog at the plastic box there. And last but certainly not least, from Norway we have Anne Ellingsdotter Bergene. I think she also did very well to qualify herself for this A-final here today. As we await, you can see the White Tower. That's where the umpire who leads the starting procedure is standing. And then I'd like a quick shout out for all the volunteers. You can see them here keeping all the boats steady as all the athletes here now come under starters' orders. Final roll call before we get the first A-final of the day. And the green light and a great start in lane number 5 of Baricevic, the individual neutral athlete, the second from the right. She got off like a rocket, and going with her, of course, defending champion Melissa Shinkario from Italy, but a clean start all across the board.
Yeah, we're seeing the reigning world under-23 champion here, Melissa Shinkario, doing quite well here at the moment at these early stages. She is in that centre lane, lane number 4, third in from the right-hand side, but to her right, Baricevic of individual neutral athletes just getting that bow ahead. Here we are with Nathalie Senchuk of Germany. She was in the lightweight double last year, winning a bronze medal, so making her way into the single now this year. We started off with 8 entries in this boat class. Here we have the fastest 6, and through the heats it was Nathalie Senchuk of Germany, who was quite that bit faster than anyone else, so I'm sure the home crowd will help to give her that extra boost today as well. So let's see how she does as they make their way down the course.
Yeah, just over a minute into this race, and you can already see the centre lanes making a little bit of a difference here. We're still in the first 500 meters of this race, but we can see the individual neutral athlete Baricevic together with Shinkario and Senchuk putting a little bit of distance in the USA, Peru and Norway already, approaching the halfway mark here as we ride with the home favorite Nathalie Senchuk in full picture here. You can see from this picture how close it is between the top 3 athletes, and the other 3 athletes in this A-final basically level for the places 4, 5 and 6. Here's the first timing mark. Italy did well. Shinkario pushes her babble across that first timing mark in a time of 1:50, and she is leading but by a few feet ahead of Germany and the individual neutral athlete at the moment.
Yeah, really impressive here from Baricevic of individual neutral athletes. We haven't seen her race internationally since 2023. She was at under-19 level in a double, but look at her here staying in the contact with the top 3. A little surprised with Peru, Luciana Zagara, how she's currently sitting in that 5th position. She would have been second fastest out of these crews through the heats. She raced last year in the women's single, finishing 4th in the B final, and as Tim mentioned at the start, a beach sprinter, but just a little bit off the pace here today. But what a great race here between the reigning world under-23 champion and Senchuk of Germany.
Yeah, 750 meters gone and 2 clear front runners as Baricevic is left behind in bronze medal position at this moment. And it's going to be gladiatorial all the way to the line. Senchuk from Germany now really pushing on. Looking at her speed, she is evenly matched with the Italian in this second 500 for speed. And you can see by the graphic, they're basically trading that first place every single stroke.
They are going back and forth between Germany and Italy here. Melissa Schincariol, reigning champion, as we mentioned, she's racing since 2022, at under 19 level through under 23s as well. So much experience compared to Natalie Senjuk, who we're seeing here now. We saw her at the Europeans last year, winning that silver medal in the lightweight double, and then went on to win the bronze at the Worlds. But this is really gutsy from her now. She seems to be putting on that push and getting herself through that halfway mark ahead of Schincariol. Yeah,
she is. It's just 0.4 of a second at halfway. That is not much, but it is a great boost for the German sculler. At the moment, she's leading the defending world champion to the line on home water, and she will be loving that. Schincariol, of course, not sitting back too much. I think she's just a canvas down at the moment, still within striking distance. And, well, difficult to compare the heats we saw earlier because the German athlete posted the quickest time by far, but Schincariol wasn't pushed at all in her heat. So we'll see how that pans out. But here you can see the difference building. I think the German actually extending her lead now.
Yeah, the German seems to be focusing on that little bit of power. Her rate dropped ever so slightly there for the few strokes, just focusing on that power here, and she's actually getting the most out of her stroke here, because her speed is that good, quite a bit higher actually than Schincariol of Italy, and starting to move now. She is 7 metres of a lead ahead of Italy, then a little bit back to individual neutral athletes, but she is sitting in a solid third position. In that fourth spot at the moment, it is Ayla Erson of USA. She's down about 13 metres back from individual neutral athletes, and then we go back in that fifth position to Zagara of Peru, followed in by Bergene of Norway.
Yeah, I think the German sculler has stuck the knife in here in this third quarter of the race. She's full length ahead of the defending world champion from Italy at the moment, and I think Schincariol in that centre lane is looking to her right to Baricevic, the individual neutral athlete who trains in Minsk and is now competing here in Duisburg on the water, currently bronze medal position. But I think Baricevic is closing down Italy's Schincariol, as this woman just keeps on powering away. 1,500 meters gone, just 500 more to go. It's a clear water margin.
This is an incredible lead, but what a performance here by Baricevic of individual neutral athletes, getting right in there and coming in towards Schincariol of Italy. She's eating down the lead that Schincariol had from her from the start, but this is beautiful from the German sculler. Senjuk still holding that 33 strokes per minute, so really reserved here, but just the power that she's able to get out of every single stroke. She is just moving. Yeah,
it's an amazing performance by Germany. Italy fading slightly, but keep a close eye on the far side as well. A brilliant tussle between the USA and Peru, outside of medal contention at the moment, but we still have more than 300 meters to row, as Germany's Senjuk is really shifting here. She's the quickest boat on the water at the moment, and she will be relishing all the support she gets from the bank.
If we look over on the screen, USA absolutely flying it. That is Ayla Erson over in lane one. Herself and Zagara doing super well here. Not sure, there's about 14 metres separating herself and a bronze medal. Not sure if she can do it at this point. We still have 150 metres here to go, but it's the fight for the silver and bronze here is the one to watch.
Yeah, that's the one to watch. Here comes Baricevic. She's really putting the Italian under a lot of pressure. I think that bow ball is moving through with the number 5 under. She's really shifting now. She's quicker than Italy by a country mile as we ride here. Wonderful pictures of Natalie Senjuk here. She has the best seat in the house. She watches everybody coming close to her, but she's gonna take a famous victory here on home water in Duisburg. Natalie Senjuk from Germany takes the gold here. An amazing performance, and look on the far side. I think Schincariol is overhauled by USA and Peru. Baricevic gets the silver, but who got the bronze?
What a finish for the bronze medal. Schincariol, the reigning champion. I think she thought the bronze was in her bag, but what a finish from Luciana Zagara to overtake USA's Erson Ayla. They were having a great race all the way down. We thought for the 4th and 5th positions, but Zagara just getting ahead of Skincariol, and actually Skincariol finishing in that 5th position. But what a day for Natalie Senjuk, champion, winner of the lightweight women's single sculls.
Amazing results for Germany here, and Maria Baricevic, the individual neutral athlete, the silver, but Luciana Zagara, a first medal in this boat class at the under-23s for Peru. So a little bit of history here being made by Peru ahead of the USA. Then comes Skincariol from Italy, the defending champion, and Bergener from Norway completes this thrilling A final. And we move back to the start for the next A final, the under-23 lightweight men's single sculls. And that A final is also one to watch. As we go back to the start here, we have Greece on the far side with a great performance from the former under-19 athlete Angelos Athanasiadis Kaoudis. Next to him, Mikita Karneou, Luca Borgonovo right beside him, with João Sebastiano Veloso from Portugal in lane 4, Artem Matušević from Kazakhstan in lane 5, and Victor Verbrugge from the Netherlands. As here is the young athlete from Greece, as he readies himself. All the athletes now again getting themselves ready. Here is the individual neutral athlete, Mikita Karneou. Very easily to recognize these athletes because they are all in their grey vests, representing, well, not representing their country, but racing as individual neutral athletes. In lane number 3, we go to Luca Borgonovo from Italy. Here he is. Looking cool, calm, and collected. He is in one of the centre lanes, which means he is one of the quicker crews to qualify for this A final. And here is perhaps his closest rival in this A final, João Sebastiano Veloso from Portugal. Proudly representing Kazakhstan, we have Artem Matušević in lane number 5. And I am, as a native Dutchman, I'm really proud that Victor Verbrugge from the Netherlands is racing here in lane number 6. As a lightweight athlete, he had to arrange all his affairs to race here at the Under-23 World Rowing Championships, and he did great to make it to this A final. I'll keep a close eye on him as all the athletes now come under starters' orders. It's the roll call from the umpire. Everybody getting completely ready and set for the A final of the lightweight men's single sculls. Buzzer, green light, clean start all round. All the athletes in a good rhythm and highest rating crew at the moment. It's Italy. No surprise to see Luca Borgonovo taking it up to more than 50 strokes a minute here as we ride with Carneiro, the individual neutral athlete, who is also in the mix, putting his bow ball slightly ahead actually at 100 meters in. You can see it on the second crew from the left-hand side that he's doing really well. Strong start too from Victor Verbrugge from the Netherlands as he puts himself in a good position to race for perhaps the medals. We'll see. I don't think we have seen his best race just yet. And the two center lanes, Italy and Portugal, actually lagging behind slightly.
They are at this point in time lagging behind a little bit, but I'm sure things will start to change as we settle and the race starts to open up. 14 entries started in the lightweight men's single sculls. Here are our fastest 6, but look at Carneiro of individual neutral athletes. What a lead he has already. Through the last round of racing, he was the 3rd fastest out of these crews, and I think there's a lot of learning to be taken from those heats that they would have gone through, because they see the approaches the other rowers take, and this again is a really gutsy performance. We saw it in the last race as well with the lightweight women's single sculls, but it's all about whether it's sustainable or not. We've only seen him at European level. He won a bronze medal at the European Championships in the lightweight men's single sculls last year, also racing a World Cup this year as well. But this is a very dominating start by him.
Yeah, well, I'd say gutsy start from Carneiro. He's leading by a full length of clear water ahead of Victor Verbrugge from the Netherlands. I think these athletes are wanting to get themselves in the mix early because they know they might not have the highest boat speed in that middle 1,000 of the race, and then it pays to be in front. Here we ride with Portugal. Here's Italy, Luca Borgonova, not looking phased by that early lead from Carneiro.
No, and Italy's Borgonova is the only one returning from last year's Under-23 World Championships. He won a bronze medal last year. It's very unusual to see the 3 centre lanes being the furthest back boats. We don't see that too often, but it's definitely starting to close up here now again. And we can see Borgonova currently sitting in 4th position, but I'm sure he'll start to move. Greece now, we haven't mentioned them, up in that 2nd position here now at the moment. Lots of medals. European, he's rowed at European level, but this is the first time he's at a world level, so he's after moving up into that 2nd position and one of the faster moving boats out there at the moment.
Yeah, and talk about medals. Portugal, the Netherlands and Kazakhstan have never medaled in this boat class at the Under-23 World Championship. So that might be a little bit of more history being made there after Peru won their first medal in the lightweight women's single scull. At the moment, though, I was expecting the centre lanes to come that little bit more closer to Mikita Carneiro, who is still leading by a boat length ahead of Greece, Portugal, the Netherlands, Kazakhstan and Italy. Borgonova actually 6th at the moment as we approach halfway.
This is pretty incredible that he's holding on to such a lead here at the moment. This is the halfway now. Look at how, he's in the lead, but it's definitely closing in on him a little bit. Again, it's about who's going to get this 3rd quarter right, because a lot of them, Tim, you've been mentioning that 3rd quarter is really important, and how a lot of them start to make their push here now.
Yeah, it can make or break your race if you have a really poor 3rd quarter. It's usually something most athletes sort of then you see a downward trend, not really able to raise their game again in the sprint, as the Greek sculler is now closing down on Carneiro, who has been leading from the start, and he might not be able to keep this up. You can see in the picture there that he's really grimacing. I think he's really feeling the lactic acid as Astanasiadis Karahoudis from Greece now moves through at 12.50 meters, taking the lead for the first time in the race. But look at the center lanes here. I see Portugal moving, Kazakhstan moving as well. Victor Verbrugge from the Netherlands not quite out of it just yet. You see the Dutchman here closest to us, but Greece now really impressive, and I think Carneiro has absolutely fallen off the wagon here, dropping back to 6th.
Yeah, complete change compared to the first half of that race there. Greece leading this one out, and then it is between Portugal and Kazakhstan. Again, neither of these have medalled in this. Veloso going off the back of that great win by the men's double yesterday. So, you know, he's had it hoping to add to the collection, but what a performance here from Matuzovic of Kazakhstan, moving himself. He's currently in third position, but one of the faster moving boats out there right now.
Yeah, bronze medal position for Kazakhstan at the moment, but gold medal position still for the Greek on the far side. But Portugal now really moving through. João Sebastiano Veloso now really motoring along, 36 strokes a minute and just 0.8 of a second down, but a great tussle here. Look at Kazakhstan going. Amazing race. I think Victor Verbrugge is really struggling at this stage, and we have 3 clear front runners, but no idea who is going to get the gold, the silver and the bronze at the moment. Basically 3 crews abreast.
350 metres to go. It is anyone's gold medal. Who has it in their legs? Who has it in their minds to get ahead here at the moment? It is Portugal just getting the bow ball ahead. Kazakhstan trying to stay with them. Greece just falling ever so slightly back over the far side. They really need to start picking it up now.
Oh yeah, it's a great push by Veloso from Portugal. He's underrating the Greek scholar on the far side of the lake, but he's moving through quite decisively. The Dutch scholar out of the picture at the moment, but also starting his sprint to the line. But this man here from Portugal, 39 strokes a minute, and now he's making his move.
Here he comes, 150 metres to go. He is holding off the challenge from Greece. He is still the fastest moving boat out there. It is Portugal into his last few strokes here in the A final of the lightweight men's single sculls, holding off Greece, who is holding off the challenge from Kazakhstan.
Oh, it's going to be great, really close for the silver and the bronze. I think Veloso has done enough to claim that gold medal, but Greece on the far side really out sprinting Kazakhstan for silver. Bronze goes to Kazakhstan. A first for both Portugal and Kazakhstan here in this A final. And Victor Verbrugge fought for everything he was worth, but 4th overall is all he's going to get today. But a great race for the Dutch athlete. And behind that top 4, I think Luca Borgonovo will have outsprinted Carneo, the individual neutral athlete who led from the start but really dropped off the pace. We'll have official confirmation. Yes, I think that is Carneo just across the line now. But a great race by Portugal's João Sebastiano Veloso, not unfazed by the early lead and quite pleased. Little wave to the drone footage, and boy am I loving these pictures from the drones. You get so close to the athletes. Here is the official result: Portugal, Greece, Kazakhstan, Netherlands, Italy and the individual neutral athlete. We'll see them in a short while at the victory ceremony, and we'll have to go to that VC of the previous race from the lightweight women's singles any moment now.
So here we go with our first victory ceremony of the day. The lightweight women's single sculls. Big smiles, big waves all around here from these 3 athletes who are collecting their medals. A really special moment for all athletes, and a really important day, historic day for Peru. The first medal of the lightweight women's single sculls. Luciana Zagara, you can see how much it means to her. She featured last year in the women's single heavyweight, finishing 4th in the B final. The lightweight now this year. That is the first medal for Peru in this boat class.
You can see how much it means for her. Getting the medal from World Rowing Council member Henk-Jan Zwolle, and the gifts being presented by the OC board member Stefan Wallat. Here is the silver medal. That is, of course, Maria Baricevic, who's also really pleased, I think, with that performance. I think she may have, with Schinkariol, the defending champion there, as the world champion for Germany. Natalie Senjuk, an amazing race, so dominant and so cool how she applied herself throughout that race, and I think a 5-second margin when she crossed the line. An amazing race as we go to the German anthem. Great cheers around. You can see how much it means to Natalie Senjuk from Germany. To win here on home water in Duisburg is, of course, a dream coming true. So that's the first medal ceremony of today. First medal for Germany today. We'll see if more German crews join us on the podium later today as we go back through to the program. After the two lightweight single sculls, we move into the doubles.
So just a few minutes away from the start of the lightweight women's double sculls. We have 4 crews going to be lining up. We had 4 entries, which means these crews, we saw them on the first day of racing in a preliminary race, but this is a look at the boat that they're going to be racing. They're all in different boats, but this is kind of just a standard picture of what it looks like. It is a scull, so again we're staying with the 2 oars per rower, and through the preliminaries, quite close between a few of these crews. But here we have our lineup. Lane 1, we have Germany, Melina Rank in the bow seat, Charlotte Brugman in the stroke seat. We have reigning champions, both world and European on the 23 level. Marta Adu in the bow seat, Yo-Yo in the stroke seat. Close-up shot of them getting ready, making sure the bow is nice and straight for themselves as they head down the course. Next up on the next lane we have France. In the bow seat, Rose Gallan, Elena Chevrier da Costa stroking them. And then making up the lightweight women's double sculls lineup, we have the Italians, Chiara Bollicini in the bow seat, Julia Grandi in the stroke.
So 4 crews competing this A final, which means we have all medals on offer. So only 1 crew is going to become disappointed not getting a medal from this A final, of course. Will be an interesting matchup between the defending champions from Greece. You can see them there in the blue vest in lane number 2. They are the ones to watch. They were the quickest in the preliminary race for lanes, but of course we're not sure if all these crews were racing to their full potential. Home favourites from Germany, I think, have a good shot on making the podium today, but it will come down between Greece and France, I reckon, for the gold and the silver. off they go. And what a first couple of strokes by the French double, really going out fast. Nearly 45 strokes a minute at the moment, but the highest rating crew is Greece out of the start. But a great start by France, no doubt. The Italians moving with them. Here is the Greek double, defending nation and defending their title from one last year, really pushing through. We're half a minute into this race, and the Greeks really moving together with France to get themselves ahead. The Italians ahead at the moment of the combination from Germany, but it's very early days in this A final of the lightweight double sculls.
Just over 2 seconds separating Greece and France through the preliminary rounds. As Tim mentioned, we never really see the best of crews in preliminary races. It's just about getting ahead and staying ahead to get those nice lanes, the centre lanes. But at the same time, we never see the full potential. So Greece, now we know they're a strong crew in the bow seat. They're 17-year-old Moratadou. We saw her at the under-19s last year, as well as winning the under-23s. She won a gold medal there. We also saw her feature at the European under-19s earlier this year, where she won a bronze medal in the single, but back with Gabriela Liolu in the stroke seat to potentially claim another gold medal in this boat class. Just getting ahead now of France as they move down the course towards that first marker.
Yeah, 500 meters gone, and after an impressive second 250 meters, the Greeks really taking the initiative here. Germany coming back into this. They were trailing the crew from Italy out of the blocks, but they've really recovered well, I'd say. The Italian combination of Cobalcini and Grandi, both rowing from Garivate in Italy on the same lake. We'll have the European Championships for seniors next week. They are looking to get themselves back into the action because Germany is slightly quicker at the moment. The Italians not really finding the same speed as the Germans into the second 500, but this crew from Greece is really moving now. They've put a little bit more distance in the French, and there's a little bit of clear water now separating 1 and 2.
The French, it would be a very historic day for them if they could get themselves ahead of Greece. They've never won gold in this boat class, but at the moment it is Greece. They are the fastest moving boat out there and opening up the gap that they have ahead of France. That stroke rower for France, Elena Chevrier da Costa, she actually won a silver medal in this boat class last year at under 23 levels, so she's already met this Greek crew and finished second behind them, so no doubt she was hoping to do a little bit better today, but at the moment Greece still holding out that highest speed.
Yeah, and joining the Elena Chevrier da Costa from France is of course Rose Gallen, not an unfamiliar sight in the age categories. She already has a couple of medals, but gold is the one missing in her collection at the moment, and it's great to see her back racing. She struggled a lot with injuries over the last seasons, but she's back in the boat and currently sitting in silver medal position as Germany now also come through the halfway mark, some 8 seconds down on the defending champions from Greece, but clear water ahead of the Italians back and forth.
You can see the gap here now opening up between all the crews, the Germans and the Italians, both new crews, new combinations, racing internationally for the first time. So really proud day for them. Germany at the moment looking like they'll be on the podium, but let's see if the Italians can do something special as we're in the second half of the race. Now they're up at that typical kind of 37-38 strokes per minute at the moment, but Germany are just seem to be pulling away a little bit from them right now.
Yeah, Germany really pushing on though. Melina Reinke in the bow seat. I'm sure she's keeping a close eye on the Italian double all the way on the far side of the lake for her. She knows she's in the race for the bronze with the Italians as these two crews continue to stretch out. And the Greeks, I think they had a little bit more to give in that preliminary race because this is a slightly larger margin than we saw in that race. As we move through that third quarter, the Greeks continue to move out with full confidence with just 700 meters left to row. I think they're the quickest boat out on the water. The French not really able to respond to this crew and the speed they are generating at the moment.
Yeah, France tried to respond there, got their speed up a little bit, but it kind of just dropped back down below Greece's there again. But we are entering the last 500 now at any moment, so let's see if France can pull something special out of the bag. At the moment, Greece looking still fresh at 37 strokes per minute. No doubt they still have somewhere to go if they need to, but as one of the faster moving boats out there, just behind Germany's speed at the moment, I'm sure they have done enough at this point. Now it's just about holding on, staying confident and rowing to that finish line.
Yeah, I love the dynamic rhythm we see in the Greek double. We've talked about a lot about the Greek crews here over the past few days, but they really move that boat really efficiently, and there's a little bit of emphasis, I feel, compared to the French crew on the use of the arms. The Greeks really putting a little bit of extra power down by using those arms. The French rowing perhaps a slightly longer stroke, also getting great speed out of it, but it doesn't look as dynamic as this combination from Greece, with Muratidou in the bow seat there, together with Gabriela Lioliu really powering through now with 250 meters to go.
Yes, as the boys change from yellow to red, that's a signal that they are nearly at the finish line into their last 200 here. Now it is actually Germany who are the fastest moving boat out there. They've really pulled away from any challenge from Italy, but it is France now starting to pick it up, starting to close the gap a slight, but the Greeks now just really going for it. They are now the quickest moving boat out there.
Yeah, taking it up to nearly 40 strokes a minute. The Greek double is going to get the gold here. I am absolutely convinced. Nothing can stop this Greek double here as they go through the final few strokes. You can count them down, just 3 more strokes to go before they push their bow ball through the 2,000 meter mark. Gold medal, world champions in the lightweight women's double sculls. Greece ahead of silver medalist France, and Germany, home favourite, a popular bronze medal, no doubt, with the local fans here. And Italy, a great race from the Italian combination of Cobalcini and Gandhi, but 4th overall. Weren't able to catch that German double as the Greek combination here. Still catching their breath. The French really went all out in this race, and I think that's a fair margin for the Greeks. A little less than 4 seconds on the line, but a successful campaign once more for the Greek double, defending their World Championship title from last year in Poznan.
Victory ceremony of the lightweight men's single sculls. They raced just about 10 minutes ago or so. They rose straight from the finish line over to the victory ceremony area, so not much rest or recovery yet for these athletes. But what a race this was. This was an incredibly exciting race. Individual neutral athletes, Karnau went off at the start, doing incredibly well, but just could not keep up with the power of these 3 athletes. And it is Artem Matvejevic of Kazakhstan, who has never, as a nation, have never medalled in this boat class. So it's a first for him and a first for his nation. So a proud day all round, winning the bronze medal.
Yeah, really proud moment for him to be getting the medals out of the hands of Axel Müller, rowing council member, and that Sea Dragon from Duisburg out of the hands of a Seaboard member, Thomas Cooper. As here we have the silver medal, Angelos Athanasiadis Koudis. Great race from him from one of the outside lanes to take the silver medal ahead of Italy. Really gutsy push in the 3rd quarter. Saw him move through and in contention, but nobody was able to stop this man. João Sebastiano Veloso from Portugal, world champion in the lightweight men's single sculls.
And also a first for Portugal, winning a medal in this boat class. So another historic day for them, as we wait to hear the Portuguese national anthem. Well done there to all athletes. A very proud day for all of them, particularly for Kazakhstan and Portugal winning their first medals in this boat class, the lightweight men's single sculls. We're going to return back to the double sculls in the lightweight men's for their final, which will be coming up very, very soon. As we take a look at the picture graphic of what a double scull looks like. 2 rowers, 2 oars each. And we can see some of the world best times there on our screen, and we'll make our way up to the start line now. So we started off with 7 entries in the lightweight men's double sculls. There was 2 heats, 1 elimination, and here we have our top 6 crews.
Yeah, once more, crew defending a world championship title were won in Poznan last year. This is Italy. They are the defending nation, and Tito Christoforakis in the bow seat is actually defending his title from last year. It's Italy on one of the outside lanes. Next to the Italians, we find the crew from Poland. Martin Weichhaus there in the stroke seat together with Jakub Nowicki. And right beside the crew from Poland, we find not this crew, this is not the German crew, don't be mistaken. This is actually the crew from Serbia in lane number 4. So you're not looking at Alexander Sheen and this as we go now to, well, hopefully we go now to the German crew in lane number 3. No, we go straight to the French in lane number 5. This is actually the French crew, don't be mistaken by the graphic. You can see by the bow number 5 that this is a crew from France. We saw the Serbians in the previous shot, and then last but not least, right beside the crew from France, we dive straight into the crew from the USA. 2 Yale Bulldogs there. Here they are fielding Stalin and Ryan Natterson. Ryan Natterson there on the left-hand side in the stroke seat. So 2 Yale Bulldogs here in the lightweight men's double. Less than half a minute to go for this A final to get going. 6 crews, a lot at stake, and we saw some great racing in this boat class, so this is promising to be quite something. Germany silver medalists last year. You can see them in lane number 3, the center lane, together with Serbia, the ones to watch. Red light is on. And away we go. Nice even start across the board, and we're underway with the A final of the lightweight men's double sculls. No surprise to see really high rates of striking. A few crews actually well above 50 strokes a minute as we get going in this A final. See the French looking there in the left hand side, and here is the crew from right beside them. That is the crew from Serbia in lane number 4. But the home favourites, Germany, also a strong start. We've seen a lot of strong starts from German crews yesterday and the day before, and we'll have a close eye on that German crew to see if they can improve on their silver medal performance last year.
Germany have been on the podium, or will be on the podium. They have 2 medals already this morning. Can they add another one to themselves? 1 minute into the race and things starting to settle and separate slightly. Germany taking that early lead over France. In the middle of them, then Serbia alongside Poland. There's not too many races where we see at least one member from each of the gold, silver and bronze medals from last year's podium, both both the German crew winning that silver medal. We have Martin Wickhaus in the stroke of Poland, who won a bronze medal, and of course then the reigning champions in the bow of the Italian boat as well, Christoph Darris. So yeah, there's 3 members, actually 4 rowers out there on the water who've been on the podium last year in this boat class.
Yeah, and I'm really interested to see how these crews match up, because that German crew who is now leading, coming through the first timing mark, we haven't really seen them pushed in the previous race. They were in the same race as Poland, so there's a bit of an unknown quantity, where we know that the crews from Serbia and France are relatively evenly matched. You can actually see that from this picture here as well. 3/4 of a length down on the German double. Both Serbia and France now pushing away the Americans, the Polish and the Italians for the medal. So 3 front runners establishing themselves here in the second 500.
Serbia looking really strong currently in that 3rd position, but it looks like they're just about to overtake France for that 2nd position. In the bow seat there we have 18-year-old Ostovic, and he's joined by Rakovic in the stroke seat, who we've seen race many times over the years in under 19 and 23 level in the lightweight. Different kind of boat classes. They're currently in that 2nd position. They are the faster moving boat out there, and starting to come for Germany, it looks like.
Yeah, Germany, after that very strong start, they have to cling on now if they want a chance of that gold medal. And so far, so good. They are among the quicker boats on the water at the moment. But we saw a few German crews fade in the second half in previous races. And I hope that's not the same fate that awaits this German pair, because they are a quality pair here. Quality double, I should say. Poland and Italy on the far side. Italy, I think, out of contention to defend that World Championship title from last year. They are trailing by quite some distance as the Germans go once again on the offensive, and the Serbian crew now really slowly but surely getting their bow balls in front of that French double once again.
They are, and if we look down into that 4th position now, we also have USA there, just maybe slightly out of touch of that bronze medal, but there's still quite a bit to go. We have 800 metres to go left in this race. Stalin in the bow seat, Natterson in the stroke seat, new to racing for USA on the international scene at least, and so they're about 10 metres down from that bronze medal at the moment, but looking at their speed, they are one of the faster moving boats out there, so let's see if they can catch Serbia or France, potentially either for the silver or bronze medal. Yeah,
that American crew has a really strong middle 1,000, and they are once again showing that in this A final. As you mentioned, Niamh, they're the quickest boat out on the water, slowly getting their bow ball closer to these 2 crews with the bow numbers 5 and 4, Serbia and France. The Serbs stepping up from that under 19 experience, now once again feeling the heat from the French double, as Germany is now clear water ahead with a little over 500 meters to go. It's really looking good for the Germans at the moment, but the Italians now also rowing past the Polish on the right hand side of the picture. On the top of that picture you can see the Azzurri now pushing on and really sprinting early in this, just ahead of the 500 meters to go mark. The Italians now at 38 strokes a minute, trying to catch the leading 3 crews.
Serbians now starting to pull away a little bit from France. France trying to respond here. Now again, this will be a great day for Serbia. They've never medalled at all, no any colour in this boat class. They're holding off France just about, but France really starting to go here now. USA as well, they're up at 39 strokes per minute. They have it down to 7 metres between themselves and France. They're still in contention for that bronze medal if they push now.
Yeah, the Americans are in of a chance to get that medal. I think they're doing really well here. Not the quickest boat on the water, but they are much quicker than the Serbian crew, who are really feeling the pain in this last 250. The Serbian crew is really struggling, and look at that crew on the right hand side. That's the American bow ball, as the French now move through the young Serbian double for the silver medal.
Here come France powering through. Can USA do it? Looks like they're falling back slightly now. The Serbians are responding to the challenge from USA, trying to get back in touch with France, but France looking too strong right now. Fastest moving boat out there, but it is all about Germany here now as they come into their last 50 metres.
Yeah, Germany, not the quickest boat, but they have a clear margin. The French out sprinting everybody at this stage to claim that silver, but it will be another German gold on the Veda Regatta Strecke. Silver goes to France, and the Serbian double cling on for dear life to claim that bronze medal ahead of the USA, who narrowly beat the Italian defending champions for 4th and 5th. And last but certainly not least, across the line is the crew from Poland.
Here we have the results. The lightweight men's double sculls gold medal going to Germany, silver to France, bronze to Serbia, and we'll have that victory ceremony a little later on. But now it is all about the lightweight women's double sculls. 3 amazing crews coming up to the podium to claim their medals.
Yeah, and they will be joined by World Rowing Executive Director Vincent Gaillard, who will be handing out the medals, together with the Deputy Mayor for Environment, Climate Protection, Health, Consumer Protection and Culture, Linda Wagner. First medal to be handed out goes to Germany. Great race by Charlotte Bergmann and Melina Reinke to claim the bronze medal here on home water. An amazing race. They had to beat the Italians to get this bronze medal. Another medal for Germany then, as we go to our silver medalists.
Silver going to the crew from France. A really great race from them. The bow seat, Rose Gallon and Elena Chevrier da Costa. She also won a silver medal last year, so it's her second under 23 silver medal. And here they have those sea dragons. We still need to figure out where the sea dragon lives in Duisburg.
Yeah, we still have to. Perhaps we see it later today. And yeah, that silver medal. Gold still elusive for Rose Galin. But here are the world champions from Greece. Gabriela Lioliou and Pashalina Muratidou. Really in a class of their own in this lightweight women's double sculls. Moving ahead so convincingly in the second 500 and never looking back. Really rode to their own strength.
Second year in a row that they're up here claiming the gold medals. Muratidou there in the bow seat, just 17 years old. Let's hear it for the Greek national anthem.
Next A final on the course is a race I've been looking forward to. It is the A final of the men's 8. And we have an amazing race waiting for us at the start. 6 crews in this A final. As we jump down to the start, here they are. Germany furthest away from you in lane number 1. New Zealand, Great Britain, the United States of America, Australia and Poland closest to the camera. This is the German crew. They did well last year, got a bronze medal. It is a new combination compared to that boat, but very popular, as you can hear perhaps via our microphone. There's loads of cheers going off here for the German crew. Then it is the Kiwi crew. A crew I am really looking forward to. They came out of nowhere last year to claim a silver medal, but we have to go all the way back to 2014 when the Kiwis last won this under 23 men's 8. And here are the ones to watch. Great Britain, 6-time defending champions. They've won this event all since 2019 for every single time the World Under 23 World Rowing Championship were hosted. They are, I think, the favourites to win this, but right beside them is this crew from the USA. They picked up some silver medals behind the crew from Great Britain on 5 occasions. Last year became unstuck. I think they finished 5th in the A final in Poznan, and they will look to do better here today. This is another crew to watch. The Aussies with a new coach. They will be looking to get themselves onto the podium. I think the Aussies never won a gold medal in this boat class at the under-23s, so that would be quite something if they can pull that off. And right beside the Aussies we have the crew from Poland, also a quality crew, but based on the heats, probably not one to watch for the podium, but we'll see if they can pull something out of the bag, and we'll have to wait just a few more moments for the start of that race. Just a minute to go before the official start of this race. They're under starters orders. Red light is on. Fastest race of the day, the A final of the men's 8. Being held really long by the umpire. I think the crew from Great Britain is slightly ajar in their starting position, as you can see them now being moved back a little. This is an important moment for all these crews because it's so easy to get distracted, and indeed you see a few heads turning to see what's going on. Everybody was ready for the start, but you really need to focus now and make sure you keep that sort of focused on that first few strokes. You can see the bow with the number 3 of Great Britain actually missing the plastic box, which is supposed to hold it in place, but they've missed it.
Looks like they've missed it a couple of times, but really good point there, Tim, because a lot of the crews, they're looking around, wondering what's going on, and that's really just taking their focus away from their own job. So right now they need to get back into their own boat, stay in their own lane, and execute the start that they all have planned. New Zealand there and Germany with their hands up, and the Polish.
Yeah, I think all these crews now realigning. actually see a little bit of movement going on. The Polish crew actually doing it by themselves, not waiting for the volunteer who was actually just there to hold the boat, not push it forwards or backwards. I think now everybody back into starting position now, as the umpire will take a few seconds to restart the starting procedure and call everybody to attention.
Last few adjustments of sunglasses and hair and hats. You can see a few of them with their movements of their hands and fingers just to keep that blood flow going, giving that adrenaline that's pumping somewhere to go.
Let's have a quick look at the alignment. I think still that GB bow ball is actually so much higher than all the others compared to the position of that plastic box. Is the New Zealand bow ball now also firmly pressed against. But the alignment definitely something that is difficult to get right on the first time. All these crews in starting position. Yeah, we have a red light, so they're under starters orders. We're going to get going any second now. Finally, green light, and away we go. A great start all round. But finally we get this A final of the men's 8 going, and a high rate from the crew from Great Britain as we ride here with the American crew. Nice clean starting procedure. You can see the focus they have executing that starting procedure to full effect. Nothing to choose from at the moment. I have to say I'm impressed with the crew from Poland on the right hand side. They were quick out of the blocks, going with them Australia, the USA, Germany, right beside New Zealand there, actually trailing slightly out of the first 250 meters.
These races are so fast, so quick. Blink and you will miss some of the action. It is Great Britain taking a slight lead now as we come into the first minute or done of these races. All of these crews probably will be somewhere around sub 6 minutes, but let's see how quick they can go compared to their heats the other day. But yes, we are here with that Great British crew. During their heat they were first all race. They just dominated their heat the other day, and looking really strong here now as they move down towards that first marker, but right alongside them USA.
Oh, strong opening 500, so 120. That's a great start by the USA, Great Britain and the Aussies in the centre lanes, and the high speed, and you can see the defending champions from Great Britain now starting to push that little bit. It is half a canvas for these men from Great Britain. Just 2 members in this crew do not race in America. That's the Slotman in the 3 seat. You can see him with the red hair, and the man at stroke, Patrick Wild, is also not in the USA. But all these athletes would have raced against each other for their respective universities. 750 meters in, this is the crew from America, just a few feet behind on the British at the moment. And outside of the picture, the Australians are doing really well in bronze medal position, but the Kiwis now, they've found that little bit of extra speed. Not the quickest crew out of the blocks, the Kiwis, but they produce a really strong 500 to 2,000 meters. You can see the black boat of the Kiwis now coming back into this.
3 of that Australian crew finishing just outside the podium last year in this boat class out of the under-23 Worlds. They finished 4th. 2 were in the men's 4th. They've come together to create this really strong 8 here. They're currently in that 3rd position, but New Zealand looking very strong alongside them, and I know New Zealand were one that you had your eye on, Tim.
Yeah, I think that's the outside chance of the bronze medal, but the Kiwis have to get that bronze medal, I think, out of the hands of the Aussies, who are in that bronze medal position at the moment. But I do like the way that Kiwi 8 is rowing. It's so fast. We're already past halfway, and the Americans now trying to respond to the charge of Great Britain. Great Britain now 1 seat up on the Americans for the gold and the silver, and the Aussies will have to keep a close eye on that black shell from the Kiwis, because they are just 3 feet down. So the Aussies have to go fast, and the Kiwis will know they're in for a race for that bronze medal with the Aussies.
This is what a great race. We always know we're in for a treat when it comes to the 8s, but so close here between 4 boats for those top 3 medals. Great Britain just about holding off USA, but USA that slight bit faster on the water. They're just 4 metres down now and starting to claw back those metres with every single stroke. And then it's New Zealand just getting themselves ahead of Australia.
Yeah, I think the Brits, little look of worry there from Patrick Wild, the stroke of the Great Britain crew. The Cambridge oarsmen had a little look to the Americans, because they're just a quarter of a length up, and I think they would have expected a bigger margin at this stage. Dead level between the Australians and the Kiwis at the moment for the bronze medal. Here are the Americans, 40 strokes a minute, and they are really pushing.
They are pushing, but Great Britain are pushing with them and trying just to stay ahead. They have 350 metres to go to claim that gold medal. Can they do it? They certainly are looking like that they're opening up just a little bit of a gap, and just a little bit is all they need to keep those gold medals in their hands. But it's New Zealand now pushing past Australia for that bronze.
Yeah, it's a great race for the bronze medal. You can see Great Britain now walking away from the USA. The GB, the quickest boat on the water, and the USA now not really able to respond to the late charge from Great Britain.
It looks like Great Britain have enough to hold on here. Last 150 metres. USA really trying to claw back, but New Zealand now, what a great second half of a race for them. They are within touching distance as well of that silver. All they need to do is stay ahead of Australia to claim the bronze. I'm not sure they have enough to get the silver though.
No, the Aussies struggling. They're not going to get the medal, but the world champions will be Great Britain. Pillar to post victory for GP, and a huge grab on the line there, but silver goes to the USA. Return to form for the Americans, and the Kiwis with a great race, a great second half of this race, claim the bronze medal ahead of the Aussies. I think 5th across the line. I think that was the crew that must have been either Germany or Poland. I'm not sure. It's been given to Germany, so Germany outsprinting the Polish 8 for 5th overall.
And there we have it, official results of the men's 8. Gold going the way of Great Britain, silver to USA, and bronze to New Zealand. As we move on over now to the victory ceremony of the lightweight men's double sculls. Another great race that we saw this morning.
Yeah, and joining these lightweight men's double sculls, the medals will be presented by World Rowing Executive Director Vincent Gaillard, together with OC member Stefan Ballard. Few pictures already being taken as we go to the bronze medalist, Serbia.
That Serbian crew, Onjen Ostrovic in the bow seat, Matija Markovic in the stroke seat. The first medal for Serbia in the lightweight men's double sculls. Their best result before this was 7th way back in 2015. So proud day for Serbia.
Another silver for a double from France. We have Demolis together with De La Commune, who did everything they could. I feel they had produced an amazing race, but it was just not enough to get themselves the gold medal. But I think they're pretty pleased with that result. hear the roar from the crowd. Germany take the World Championship title here. The gold medal for Naveen Alexander Shah in the bow seat together with Maximilian Röhling. And a great gold medal here on home water. Once again, Germany doing so well on home water. Quick handshake with Vincent Gaillard as they've been handing well, perhaps one of the most cherished souvenirs in their career so far, the Sea Dragon from Duisburg, as we hear the national anthem of Germany.
To all medalists, Germany, France and Serbia. Another victory certainly done, as we'll move our attention shortly back up the course for the next of our finals. And now we are going to the women's single scull. So a nice picture there of the typical kind of boat shape that they use. One rower, two oars, and it's all about me, myself and I out there on the water.
I think perhaps one of the most challenging boat classes to row, especially compared to the bigger crew boats where you're in a sort of team, and especially when there's a cox, you don't really have to think, you just need to execute. Whereas these athletes really need to be mindful of their surroundings, their race plan, the way they apply themselves. It's all coming down to you and your performance there on the water. Here in lane 1 we find Irina Batasalai from Ukraine. She qualified in quite a decent time for this A final. Here is Sophia Young from Ireland in lane 2. Great to see her here. As we move towards lane number 3, the center lanes, well, pleasant surprise of the regatta to see Esther Fuerte Cajon from Spain doing so well. She's grown so much as an athlete. To be in one of the center lanes in the A final of the women's single scull is an amazing feat. But she will have a really tough race because Bianca Camelia Ifteni is right beside her and perhaps odds-on favourite to win the World Championship title here in the women's single. She's been very dominant in both the heats and the semi-finals, so we'll see what she's able to produce. Hot on the heels of the Spanish sculler is Jente Jongsma from the Netherlands, representing the Netherlands, but Neerhuis in Amsterdam is her home club. Racing from lane 5, she had a very strong sprint in the semi-final. And here is the home favourite, Paula Lutz from Germany. I think a good lane to be in, lane 6, if you're a German athlete, because that's where all the support will be in the final 500 meters as they get themselves ready. All the athletes now in that little plastic box to make sure they are tracking straight and true out of the start. Here's the roll call from the umpire. Get hear the heartbeat in the background. We're getting ourselves ready. The A final of the women's single sculls. Green light, and no surprise to see a very quick start in both center lanes. Both Spain and Romania really quickly out of the blocks, and they will want to establish them at the front of this race really early, as soon as you can. Take as much margin as you can out of the start and settle into that maintainable rhythm for the full length of the course. Here we ride with the high rating Spanish athlete, nearly 50 strokes a minute. Would you take a look at that? That's definitely not sustainable for the entire way, but she is doing what she must, and that is getting ahead of the competition. But Ifteni from Romania also moving out strong.
Ifteni, we knew, was going to be the one to watch. She was fastest through the semi-finals. We started with 20 entries on Thursday. Here are our best 6 women's single scullers in under 23 level, as we see Sophia Young of Ireland from Methodist College Belfast Boat Club, just 18 years old. We've seen her through under 19s and at the European under 23 level last year. We also saw her feature at the World Cups earlier this year in the women's double alongside Alison Bergen. But here she is, looking really strong through earlier rounds, and going through the semi-finals she was the second fastest, just trailing a little bit at the moment from the leading boats, but she'll have a race plan in her head and will be looking to execute it perfectly. But here we are with Ifteni, just so much experience at under 19 level throughout the years and under 23s, but this is so impressive from Spain.
Yeah, look at her go, Esther Fuerta Cajon. I said that really high rate of striking didn't look sustainable for the entire 2,000 meter course, but she's still up there at 38 strokes a minute, and she's broken clear water ahead of home favourite Paula Lutz, the Mannheimer Rowing Club sculler, who is occupying the silver medal position at the moment with just 1/4 of the race. So we still have a long way to go. But those two are ahead of Romania, Ireland, Ukraine, and Jente Jongsma from the Netherlands. As you can see here, Ifteni from Romania looking really calm. Little glance left and right to see where she is, and I suspect her going for that push any second now.
Yeah, the push coming here from Ireland, one of the faster moving boats there, just getting level with Romania at the moment. But this is incredible by Spain's Fuerta Cajon, winning a silver medal at under 19 level last year, and this is her first year up at that under 23 racing internationally for Spain at under 23, and it is so incredible to see. But Ireland now firmly in that second position ahead of Romania.
Yeah, we're just 750 meters in, and if you're racing in this race, Niamh, you can't even see the Spanish sculler who was supposed to be your closest competition. What's going through the mind of Ifteni at the moment?
Yeah, Ifteni was, when we saw the close-up shots, looking somewhat calm in her stroke, but you could see a little bit of panic starting to come in her face. She looking around, you can't really look around in a scull, so it's just her eyes are moving and she cannot see Spain at all in her view. So no doubt a little bit of panic setting in now. They will be coming up towards that halfway mark now, so we might start to see people putting on that bit of a push. At the moment, Spain holding on to the lead. Ireland looking really strong here as well in that second position, but it's Germany now. It is Lutz of Germany now moving into third ahead of Romania.
Yeah, that's a big upset, but will be very popular here at the finish if Germany can claim that medal. Not really expected based on the semi-final performances as we go through the halfway mark. It's Spain, Ireland, Germany, Romania, the Netherlands. Jente Jongsma now rowing through, but Salai from Ukraine for 5th at the moment. But what a brave start by the Spanish athlete. She's still a length of clear water up on Sophie Young from the Irish squad, and Romania not really able to respond. Here she is, Ifteni, still glancing left and right, and you can see she is making that little bit of a move. She's increased her rate, so she was in the lower 30s. She's actually taken it up to 33 strokes a minute now, putting in that little bit of more effort and really building speed as she comes into this race. And I'm really curious, we're at nearly at the 1250 mark, 750 meters to go for this athlete from Spain. Will she be able to maintain this? This would be the upset of the regatta if Esther Fuerte-Gajon is able to maintain this. It will be an amazing surprise to see Ireland also on the podium here, but you can see that push now paying off for Romania.
Yeah, Romania really going for it now, fastest moving boat out there, and you never know now, because she was rating that little bit lower, I'm sure she's going to be coming for Spain now, and as you can see with every stroke, look at the big long strokes from Evteni of Romania, and she's crawling back into the lead. I'm looking at Sophia Young over on the outside too. Has Spain done too much in the first 3 quarters of this race to hold on to gold or silver, I'm wondering?
Yeah, it looks like it at the moment. Still 500, nearly 600 meters left to row, and you can see the wheels coming off for the Spanish sculler. She's been really brave in the first half of this race, but Evteni unfazed by that early lead, and she's now really motoring through. She's closing down the gap. It's just 3 meters. You can actually see the bow ball of the number 4 moving towards the front of this race, but still Spain leading with 500 to go, but just half a second in it. I don't think it's going to be enough.
I'm not sure it's going to be enough either. She's up at 37 strokes per minute. Romania's Evteni still holding 33 strokes per minute, and it's just the power that she is applying to her blade is getting her into that lead position ahead of Spain. Ireland as well, potentially in with a chance of a silver medal here if she can hang on and drive on with that power. Now she's up at 37 strokes per minute. This will be very special for 18-year-old Sophia Young if she can get herself. Looks like she'll be on the podium, but what colour will it be? She is coming for Spain now. Yeah,
it's going to be an amazing opportunity for the Irish sculler to get a silver medal. That would be an amazing result. But here is the world champion, or the about to be world champion. We're in the red buoy area, just 250 meters to go for Evteni, and she's really powering through. Quickest boat on the water, and she's looking like the world champion she's going to be. But behind her, the race for that silver medal is being won now by Sophia Young. She's rowed through the Spanish sculler, and she's going to take a famous silver medal if she can keep this sprint going.
I think she can. She's actually moving away now from Spain. What a great race from Spain. She knew she had to go out hard from the start, but she just was not able to sustain it. And now Ireland, fastest moving boat out there, just opening up that lead. But it is all about Romania coming into the last 60 strokes. She was able to keep her cool, and she is holding on to that really steady rate of 35 strokes per minute. But here she comes to take a really great gold medal in the women's single sculls, but right behind her, Sophia Young of Ireland. What a great day for her. Silver medal going to Ireland, and then Spain, a gutsy race, really brave. Bronze to Spain.
Yeah, and a great final finishing rhythm there by Paula Lutz from Germany to just beat Jente Jongsma from the Netherlands for 4th and 5th. And Batsalai from Ukraine will claim 6th, but an absolute masterclass in single scull rowing by the Romanian. Bianca Camelia Evteni returned to form and returned to a gold medal performance. So, confirmation of those results. Evteni from Romania, world champion, and a great silver medal for Sophia Young. And Esther Fuerte-Gajon from Spain, I think she went out to get the gold medal, and that was really brave. And, she has to settle for a bronze, which is also a brilliant result. But I do appreciate the way she tried to get the gold medal. Loads of Sea Dragons being hauled onto the victory pontoon as we go back to the previous race, the A final of the men's 8. You have the victory ceremony, and the medals will once again be presented by Vincent Gaillard, the World Rowing Executive Director, but this time he is accompanied by the President of the German Rowing Federation, Moritz Petri.
7 athletes making their way onto the podium. 8 rowers, but we have a cox with each crew then as well, doing a really important job of steering, coaching, encouraging. And here we have our bronze medalists from New Zealand. A great performance by them.
Yeah, I think the highest attainable medal for the Kiwis in the end. I thought they would be closer to the silver, and indeed they were quite close to the Americans. But a great bronze medal for Luke Hickling, Edward Main, Joshua Sime, Nicholas Bryan, Samuel Woodgate, Matthew Glenn, Dylan McDonnell, Oliver Leach in the stroke seat, the Washington University there, and of course coxed by Hunter Rowland. That Kiwi 8 after that surprise silver medal last year. I feel this could be the start of another presence from the Kiwis in this men's 8. We'll have to wait to see if they field another men's 8 next year, as they are handed the Sea Dragons of Duisburg. That's the bronze medal done, and we go to the other side of the victory pontoon. We go to the silver medalist, the Americans. Based on their reaction, would you say they were happy?
I don't think so. They were so close to getting that gold medal from Great Britain and ending their winning streak, but they just did not have it in them. GB so strong all the way down, and GB just had enough in the tank at the end to stay ahead of USA. We have representing USA Travis O'Neill in the bow, Marcus Chung in the 2 seat, Sandro Scalfi in the 3 seat, Lewis Gagnon in the 4 seat, Taydon Landa. We have Andrew Wilkinson, Gabriel George, stroked by Samuel Gallaudet, and of course, very important job, Michael Kane in the Cox's seat.
That's Gabriel George getting his medal. Rose at Stanford. Here is the Harvard University athlete Samuel Gallaudet, and of course Cox that kept everything on track for the Americans. Michael Kane, in California, but here once again 7-time world champions, Great Britain.
Is there any beating them? We'll have to wait till next year to see who can field a strong crew to break their streak. Matthew Johnson there in the bow seat, Ossian James in the 2 seat, coming out of that 4 last year, finished 4th. Kai Skolakman in the 3 seat.
I love his choice of sunglasses, an amazing stylistic choice there.
Retro style.
Yeah, I love it.
Christian Rees in the 4 seat, Theodore Kynan, Talik Bottas in the 5 seat, Alexander Perkins in the 6 seat, Thomas Corbett in the 7 seat, stroked by Patrick Wild, won a gold medal at under 19 level last year from the men's pair, and then coxed by Natalia Thomas.
Yeah, mind you, there was a lot of pressure on these athletes to perform, having won this boat class at the under-23s so many times. I mean, the pressure can only be building on the shoulders of these very young athletes, but they've defended their title successfully, 7-time gold medalists, as we hear the anthem of Great Britain. Big round of applause there as we move back towards the start. From the women's singles, we go to the biggest boat, the under-23 women's 8. Of course, we have 6 crews waiting for us. Here they are at the start. On the far side of this picture, you see Canada, home favourites Germany, lane 2. The United States of America in lane number 3. Great Britain right beside them. Italy and Netherlands completing the field. Here is a crew from Canada, stroked by Ella McKinley. Here is the crew from Germany with Alina Krüger in the stroke seat and Emma Merner in the coxswain seat. Here is perhaps the favourite to win this A final, United States of America, Catherine Nordheim in the stroke seat. And that crew will be one to watch. I think the American crew have been on the podium on every single occasion at the under-23s in this boat class. The challenge will come from Great Britain, Martha Shepherd in the stroke seat there. And next to GB we find a very rapid 8 from Italy with Vittoria Pastorelli in the stroke seat and Martina Vagnani in the coxswain seat. Challengers in orange from the Netherlands in lane number 6. Amalie Carrière is in the stroke seat, and we see the return of Lisa Coy, who was not racing the heat because of medical conditions, but she's in the boat now, and all crews will come under starters orders as we await the start of the A final of the women's 8. A few boats still being adjusted to make sure everything is aligned. And all these crews now getting into that zone focus, awaiting starters orders from the umpire. Buzzer and the green light, and away we go. Clean start all across the board. A fast start from the crew from Great Britain in lane number 4. Going with them, though, the Americans will have something to say about that quick start by GB. But a fast and furious start all across the board. Amazing scenes here as the water flies off the end of the blades here with the crew from Great Britain. And they take it up to 47 strokes a minute to get that early lead ahead of the USA. USA, here they are, a bit more calm, slightly more relaxed at 45 strokes a minute. And we'll have to wait and see after that starting procedure. All these crews will lengthen out and get into that mid-race pace, which will be somewhere around the high 30s, perhaps pushing the low 40s if you're in the crew from Italy. We'll have to wait and see. Here's the American crew, a minute in. Very close between the two front runners. I would think that this American crew is still just behind GB.
Just behind GB is right. Both of them up at 40, 41 strokes per minute at the moment. It is Netherlands, the only one who've moved down below the 40 mark. Germany down at 39 now as well. USA starting to drop the rate slightly now, so they're at 39 as we come up to the first 500 metres. It looks like it is going to be GB just getting their bow ahead of USA at this point. Going back and forth between the two of them, though, for that leading position through the preliminaries. It was USA who were about 3 seconds faster than Great Britain, but the preliminaries really don't show us that full potential that we're going to get out of them today. As we look down from this drone shot, USA are the boat on the left hand side of that leading pack, Great Britain on the right. This is going to be a great race all the way down, Tim.
Yeah, and again, a little bit of rivalry again between Great Britain and the USA. Last 2 years, the crew from Great Britain got the gold medal, and the Americans will try to change the result this year. I think the American crew looks so powerful. Slightly lower rate of striking by the Americans, but they are closing down that early lead from Great Britain. With 1,250 meters to go, I think the crew from America is now moving through. It's half a canvas at the moment. Germany in bronze medal position ahead of Canada. Netherlands and Italy in a battle of their own for the places 5 and 6 at the moment on the right-hand side of this picture. But the race is on between the two dominant forces in eights rowing. America on the left-hand side and this crew from GB on the right-hand side.
USA are absolutely flying it now. Fastest moving boat out there on the water as they come up towards that halfway mark. You can see now they are really starting to pull away from that crew from Great Britain. They go through that 1,000 metres in first position. Just one returning member from last year's 8 that finished in that second position. Great Britain have 2 returning members from that gold medaling combination, but generally all new combinations. Cox is doing a great job here now at steering them down the course, but USA now really starting to open up.
Well, that's something to behold, and for the crew from Great Britain after that really fast start, I think they are paying the price a little bit. You could see the pain etched on the faces of that crew from Great Britain as the Americans now confidently marching away. They've taken it up to 3/4 of a length now ahead of Great Britain. Germany still giving chase. That would be a great result for the Germans to get the bronze medal. That's at least the position they're in at the moment, just past 1,250 meters. GB, I think they've been asked that question and they're not really able to answer that question. The Americans now striding away every single stroke. Germany matching the USA for speed. And, well, that's going to be something to watch as well. If the Germans can keep this up, they might get close to that GB bow ball. But that's still to be decided. 500 meters to go for the Americans, there or thereabouts, and they've broken clear water.
They have broken clear water and just keep moving away, keeping that speed up. They have not dropped, and when you're in that position, just the sheer adrenaline and glory of being able to see all the backs of the GB rowers is going to be probably enough to keep them in that position and keep them pushing hard. Great Britain then in that silver position, just 2.5 seconds down then to Germany, who've been doing really well, and I'm sure we'll start to see Germany wind it up here now. They're at that 38 strokes per minute, but let's look at this US crew looking so strong now as they come into their final few hundred meters.
Yeah, this is what H racing is all about. It's about power, it's about high rates, and it's about pure speed, and pure speed is the American crew at the moment. They are continuously putting more distance in the entire field. GB not able to answer, and you see the bow ball from the German crew with the number 2 on it, getting closer to that crew, and a little bit of worry. You could see the Brits looking at that German 8 with 250 meters to go. Will it be a silver medal for Germany?
Well, at the moment, Germany are faster than Great Britain. Is there enough space for them to catch them? It is USA with this dominating lead. Germany going with every single stroke. They have it down to 13 meters between themselves and Great Britain. Can Great Britain hold on to the silver?
Oh, it's going to be really close. I think Germany have left it too late to get the silver, but they are quicker than GB, but not too much. The Americans step it up, topping the speed at 20 kilometers an hour to put more distance in the field. The USA are world champions in the women's 8, and boy are they happy to be back on top after losing out for the last few years. Great Britain take the silver, and the crew from Germany, an amazing race by the Germans, sees them on the podium as well with the bronze medal. Nothing to choose between Canada and the Netherlands, who were just ahead of Italy for the minor places, but you can see how much it means to these American athletes. So happy to have taken the gold medal, and GB 6 seconds and nearly 4/10 of a second, so that's an amazing margin. And well, looking at the times, that's really close to the World Championships best times as well, just 5 seconds from that world best time. But here we are, official results. The USA crowned themselves champion of the world once again in the women's 8, ahead of Great Britain and Germany.
Victory ceremony for the women's single sculls. smiles and emotions all around for these athletes making their way to the podium. We also see representatives from each of the nations as well that are on the podium. This was a brilliant race and a really great performance by all of them, but in particular we were so impressed by Esther Ortega of Spain. She took that race by the scruff of its neck, and really like an incredible start, and first half just didn't maybe have the endurance to hold off the challenge from Ifteni, but I think she needed to go off that hard to get anywhere near them.
Yeah, she went out to win the gold, and that is to be commended. Silver medal, you'll be pleased, Neve, to see Sophia Young from Ireland here getting her medal from Anna-Marie Phelps, rowing vice president. And here she gets the Duisburg Sea Dragon out of the hands of Tobias Weisters, president of the OC. Yeah, coming from a 5th out of the double at under-19s last year to winning a silver medal at under-23 level is just incredible for 18-year-old Sophia Young. But what an athlete we are seeing on our screen right now, Bianca Camilia Ifteni of Romania. Double gold medalist at the under-19s, and after a disappointing campaign last year, she's back to gold medal winning form. I'm so impressed by the way she raced. Such a mature race plan, unfazed by Fuerte Cajon from Spain, as we hear the Romanian anthem. There we have a victory ceremony of the women's singles squads. A big congratulations to Romania, Ireland and Spain. And Spain never medaling in the women's singles squads at the under-23 Worlds. So first for them as well. But now we move our attention to the men's singles squads. Yeah, dive straight back into the action with 6 athletes that have already proven themselves over the heats and the semi-finals. They made it to this A final. We have Greece, Italy, Denmark, Portugal, Turkey, and home favorite Germany in lane number 6. Here is Nikolaos Polopoulos, fast sprinter, and again I have to commend Nikolaos with his choice of shades. He's looking really cool and calm. Here is Marco Selva from Italy. And here perhaps a surprising winner of the semi-final number 1 yesterday, August Wisholm from Denmark. He sat in second all race, and then he rode through Mutlu, we will see in a second. Here is Diogo Gonçalves from Portugal. And here is the defending world champion from last year, Yevdet Ege Mutlu from Turkey. And away they go already with Jesse Ilsemann from Germany, not formally introduced, but you can see him on the right-hand side of this picture. A nice clean start all round, and none of these athletes will be waiting around because this is the same kind of game played here in the single scull. So let's get yourself ahead early. You can see that August Wisholm here from Denmark is really looking left and right whilst going through that starting procedure, but a quick start, perhaps the quickest start by Germany.
Most of them taking it up over 40 strokes per minute. Denmark settling down into the 39. Portugal dropping down to 37 already, just 200 metres in. We know that Diego Gonçalves of Portugal is one to watch here, fastest through the semi-finals out of these 6 rowers. Bronze medal for him last year. Can he do one better? We are riding here with Greece, though, just off the podium last year, finishing 4th in this boat class at under 23 level. Then we have Marco Selva coming into view here now, who actually has put himself into a nice lead now ahead of Germany's Ilsemann over on the very right hand side.
It's been interesting to watch this Italian sculler Marco Selva, because after that disappointing campaign, I think, at least for him, in Poznan last year, he rode the European under-23s and actually got the gold medal there. And I'm guessing we're seeing a little bit of a return to form from the Italian, as Ilsemann from Germany is just about quickest to the first timing mark, ahead of Gonçalves from Portugal. We know the Portuguese sculler has a really strong second half of this race. We saw him really pushing off in the second half, and here is the local favourite, still rowing that really dynamic style. He's quite high in the rate, 37 strokes a minute here being set by the German, but is level pegging with Italy at the moment.
And Gonçalves of Portugal now one of the faster moving boats out there for a few strokes at least, and things have changed a little bit, but it is Germany and Italy right up alongside each other at the moment in the lead. Portugal then in that 3rd position. Then it is the reigning champion from last year, Mutlu of Turkey, currently in that 4th position, but we know he is a very strong rower, medaling since back in 2022. So let's see what happens once they move towards the second half of their race.
Yeah, and he's been known to produce a good second half. He did in the semi-finals yesterday, but I'm really keeping a close eye on Gonçalves from Portugal. He raced the Henley Roy Regatta. He was in the final against Ollie Zeidler, not able to win that final. That victory went to Ollie Zeidler, but he went toe-to-toe with the world champion. That gave him a huge boost in experience, and he's making the most of that experience as he moves through now. I think he's really pushing on that German Baubel at the moment, but this is the man who's still leading. We're closing into the halfway mark, and Marco Selva from Italy is still leading the pack.
Up at 37 strokes per minute. He is just followed by Ilsemann of Germany, who we've only seen at European level, finishing 4th in the quad last year in the European under-23s. He's just about still holding on to 2nd ahead of Portugal, but here come Portugal. Gonçalves, they're now starting to move and breaking down the lead that even Italy have had from the start.
Yeah, you can see him really concentrating. In the background, though, Wisholm of Denmark, not the fastest starter, is really pushing 38 strokes a minute from the Dane. And he's coming closer to the front of the field, though, but they're basically 3 crews abreast, as you can see from this picture, with Gonçalves now pushing hard. You can see how much travel he gets every single stroke, and the Portuguese is at 45 strokes a minute, and he has one of the higher boat speeds at the moment. You can see it by the infographic here, with Marco Selva now almost out, almost in the silver medal position. He's just about holding on for the gold medal at the moment, but you can clearly see a well-defined division now between the top 3 and the athletes giving chase. But Wisholm from Denmark is really closing the gap, and Yeah, I'm looking at Ilsemann from Germany, who is starting to struggle a little bit. He has a fast start, but he's been known to fade in the last quarter of the race, and that might actually allow Denmark's Visholm to row through and get the bronze medal.
Yeah, Visholm of Denmark there. He's up at 38 strokes per minute, but the power he is applying here, he's really getting into touching distance of a medal here in the men's single sculls. All about Portugal here, though, with 500 metres to go, with a nice lead now ahead of Italy. Germany just holding on to that third position ahead of Denmark. But can Germany hold off the challenge? I'm not sure he can. Denmark have it down to just 1 metre between himself and Germany. The Italian trying to come back at the Portuguese, but Goncalves of Portugal just looking really strong and steady right now.
Yeah, yesterday's semi-final, Goncalves just rode away from everybody at this stage of the race, but at the moment he's been kept honest by Selva from Italy, who is in silver medal position. Behind those two athletes, Visholm is moving into that bronze medal position with a bit more confidence every single stroke. It's just over half a length now for Portugal ahead of Italy at the moment, and look at that surging bow ball with the number 3 from Denmark.
What a finish here from Visholm of Denmark, putting himself into that solid third position, but he is coming for silver. He certainly is moving towards Italy at the moment. 150 metres to go. Goncalves of Portugal will make history, because Portugal have never won a gold in the men's single sculls at under 23 level. Italy looking panic here now, because August Visholm is coming for that silver.
Yeah, he really is. This man is going to improve on his bronze medal last year, but the race is on behind him. Look on the far side as well, the Greek scholar with the number 1 also coming back into view. It's going to be very close, 3 crews abreast. Portugal will take the World Championship title, but silver, bronze still undecided. On the surge, I think it might have been Greece taking the silver medal, just a whisker ahead of Denmark, and that would mean that Marco Selva from Italy is relegated to 4th overall. This man is world champion. Cholopoulos from Greece has been given it a silver medal for Greece after this man, who brilliant progression, another year, another medal for Portugal, and indeed it was Visholm from Denmark who got the bronze medal on the line ahead of Marco Selva from Italy. Ilsemann from Germany, I think, crossed the line ahead of the defending world champion from last year, Cevdet Mutlu from Turkey. But sheer elation for the Portuguese, and what a form the entire Portuguese team have been showing. This is the second single scull gold medal for Portugal we've seen today after the lightweight men's single. And here it is confirmed. Goncalves for Portugal, world champion in the men's single, ahead of Cholopoulos from Greece and Visholm from Denmark. We go to the victory ceremony of the women's 8. See Germany, USA and Great Britain joining us here on the podium. Medals will be presented once again by World Rowing Vice President Anne-Marie Phelps, and OC board member Moritz Pilaski will hand out the Duisburg Sea Dragons. Here are our bronze medalists from Germany. Charlotte Johnson in the bow seat, together with Lanea Estelle Rutter, Daniela Thiermann Estautue. She is Julia Imler getting her medal. Sarah Bauer, absolutely chuffed to get that bronze medal from Anne-Marie Phelps, together with teammate Nike Thomas Utesh, Florentina Riefel, stroking that 8 was, of course, Alina Krüger. And keeping that all straight and true was Emma Lauri Mena. Congratulations to the German women's 8 for a brilliant race and a fantastic bronze medal.
As we move over to our silver medalists, maybe a little bit of disappointment from this crew. They had been leading it out for quite a bit of the race, but just weren't able to match the strength and power of the US crew. But getting the silver medal, it is Great Britain. In that bow seat we have Allegra O'Sullivan. Getting that silver medal. In the 2 seat we have Isadora Kennedy. Lola Crampin in the 3 seat. Elizabeth Siller sitting in that 4th seat. Alice Baker. Matilda Jewett. Madeline Greenstock then in the 7th seat. Stroked by Martha Shepherd. And coxed there by Nikita Jacobs.
Gutsy race by the Brits, I'd say. They knew they were in a tough race because the American crew was so fast, but they really went out to get the gold medal and ended up with the silver. So I think a great result for them, and thank you for going all out to put some pressure on the Americans and see if other things were possible, but there was no way in the end that Great Britain was able to catch this crew from the USA. World champions once again in the women's 8. We have Allegra O'Sullivan there in the bow seat. Quincy Stone in the bow seat together with Elsa Hartman, Hannah Smith, Jolie Shernis, and Amelia Boos, together with Catherine Nordheim in the 6th seat of that crew. The stern pair, Lauren Dubois and Olivia Backert, providing that crew with a bulletproof rhythm all the way down the course, and then coxed, of course, by Amy Werner. So once again, the USA on top in the women's 8. Of course, we've seen American dominance in the women's 8 at senior level for so long, so it's no surprise to see the United States of America fielding in a quality 8. And after 2 years of not winning the World Championships, we hear the American anthem for the women's 8s.
say Great Britain and Germany in the women's 8. 2 more finals to come at the World Rowing Under 23 Championships 2026 as we move into a brand new boat class for under 23 level for the next 2 races. First up, it is the mixed double sculls.
Yeah, we had the privilege of watching the heat yesterday after so many races. Yesterday afternoon we had 2 of the qualifying heats for this A final. Here are the Irish, lane number 1.
Yes, in the bow seat there, Jonah Kirby from Kenmare. We have Holly Davis in the stroke seat there. Of course, Jonah winning a medal already yesterday. Holly Davis from Lee Valley. Then in the lane number 2 we have individual neutral athletes. Pavel Snipka in the bow seat, Anastasia Rusak stroking them.
Here is the other crew from that heat, Italy, with Noemi Di Vincenzi and Sebastiano Renzi, the only crew racing with the male athlete in the stroke seat. They found a great rhythm in the second half yesterday. Going with them, Romania, David Citic and Steyara Ulariu. Also, I think one to watch, one of the quicker qualifying crews here. Home favourite, Yannick Sens and Charlotte Luster from Germany, lane number 5. Absolute laser focus there in the German double. And there we find Konstantinos Giannoulis and Dimitra Eleni Kontu, which we've seen racing quite a lot this past few days, representing Greece in the outside lane. Green light, the first mixed double sculls under 23 at these championships. The A final is underway, and I'm really curious to see what is going to happen in this final, because it's a bit of an unknown quantity. We've seen the racing yesterday. The quickest boats from those heats are in the center lanes, but as we mentioned yesterday, there was lots of room for improvement, and we'll have to wait and see how it pans out in this final.
And from our shot, it is the right-hand side lanes that are leading this one out at the moment. Germany taking an early lead over Greece. We spoke about them yesterday, that we didn't definitely see their full potential. Romania up there with them. We just were riding with Ireland, who are on that left-hand side lane. Jonah Kirby, who won a medal yesterday in the men's double, winning a bronze, and Holly, who won her B final in the women's 4. But looking in lane 5, that German crew looking really strong. Yannick was second in that men's quad, and Charlotte second in the B final of the women's double.
Yeah, this combination of the Berliner and Hallische Ruderverein, they rode smoothly together yesterday, and I think they found a little bit more in the in the time separating the heats from the A final now. Of course, all these athletes rested a little bit better than they were yesterday when they jumped straight from the finals block in the morning to the heats in the afternoon. And Germany still leading it out as we pass the 500 meters. Going with them though, Romania still looking strong, and after a fast start of Kontu and Giannoulis from Greece, they are currently still in the bronze medal position. On the far side of the lake, Ireland, Italy and the individual neutral athletes trailing, I think, by clear water margin already. And looking at the rates, it's interesting to see how almost all crews are rating slightly higher than they did yesterday. Most of these crews are about 35, 36 strokes a minute, where yesterday, I think at this stage of the race, most of them were rowing along at 33 strokes a minute. Of course, a few crews to be eliminated from those heats, and now it's the A final, so it's game on. Greece now with the highest boat speed, going for that little bit of a push, and the Irish also moving.
Yeah, Greece were ones that we said we definitely didn't see their full potential yesterday. They actually eased off towards the end of their heat, knowing that the crew that was behind them, which was USA, would have been the ones to be eliminated if they were the ones to go in that heat. But there is that Greek crew, really interesting setup in the stroke sheet. Kontu, bronze Olympic medalist back in Paris in the lightweight women's double sculls, and she won a gold yesterday in the doubles, and she's teamed up with the young athlete Konstantinos in the bow seat, having moved up from under 19 level, winning a silver medal last year at under 19, and we saw him yesterday in that quad race. But so they're now starting to move. They're currently sitting in third, but they are the faster moving boat out of those top three.
Yeah, I like the way the German rhythm is flowing, like from the back end of the stroke. It's an easy movement, but they are feeling the pressure from Romania and Greece, just seconds separating the top three, so all medals within about a second, and Italy leading the charge behind them. The Irish behind the Italians, and the individual neutral athletes, Shinenka and Rusak, I think clear water down on the Irish at the moment. You can just about see them disappearing on the right-hand side of the picture, but the race is on. And talk about potential, Neve. I think the Greeks are showing a little bit more, but going with them, that crew from Romania is now finding that little bit more speed here. We saw a lot of crews from Germany fading in the second half of the race, and where it was a clear lead for Germany not 200 meters ago, it's now three crews abreast.
Yeah, Romania were really strong yesterday. They kind of held a very steady, long, strong stroke the whole way down the race. So I don't think we've seen the best of them yet. Their power potential now starting to come out of them. These three crews now starting to pull away. We did see Italy being really strong in the second half of their race yesterday. It seemed like it took them a little bit to get into their rhythm, but at about 30 metres down from claiming a medal at this point in the race, they'll have a lot of work to do to get up onto the podium.
Yeah, that might just be too much with the 600 meters still left to row, as the Greeks and the Romanians, you can see that little bit of a look there from Olariu in the stroke seat of that Romanian double to the Greeks. The Greeks not waiting around, they are really pushing. The Greeks now basically the fastest boat on the course, but still a long way to go. We approach the three-quarter mark, 1500 meters gone, and just 2/10 separating Greece from Romania. Germany, I think bronze medal will be theirs. I think the Italians are too far back to challenge for the bronze medal, but we'll just have to wait and see if the Germans can produce that little bit of a sprint. The Germans still down at 35 strokes a minute, so they have a little bit of room to go if they have to, but they have to go now because those two crews in the front, Romania and Greece, are starting to break clear, and this crew from Greece is absolutely motoring and looking at the Romanians.
Yeah, the Romanians are the ones to watch. They're on the left-hand side of the pack as we look down from our drone shot, just pulling ahead of Greece now. Greece up at 38 strokes per minute, Romania down at 36. Romania were a little bit faster, but Greece are finding something from somewhere because they are absolutely motoring and coming back at Romania. But here go Romania. They're up at 19 kilometres per hour here. 200 metres to go. Who can pull this one out of the bag at the moment? Greece are coming back at them. They're getting up to 19 kilometres per hour now, faster than Romania. This is brilliant.
Oh, it's going to come down to the line. The Greeks now with the highest boat speed, they're really powering down now. Romania not able to respond, but it's just a couple of feet separating Romania from Greece for the gold medal. A few hundred, or less than 100 meters, 50 meters still to go. You can see it here. The Greeks are sprinting for their lives, and they will take it on the line. Here they are, I think, by a whisker in the end. Romania made their lives such a difficult one here in the last few hundred meters. But Romania, I think, got the silver medal behind the Greeks. We'll wait for official confirmation. The one certain medal, at least from where we were sitting, is that bronze medal for Germany. Italy, Ireland ahead of the individual neutral athletes for the minor places. But what a race by the Greeks. Dimitra Eleni Kontu and Konstantinos Giannoulis, both from the double, jumped in this double and are the first under-23 world champions in the double sculls.
And we move back to the victory ceremony area. This time it is the men's single sculls. What we are seeing right now was all the women's eights, after collecting their medals, getting back into their boats and rowing off. But here we have three very happy men, and the sunglasses that you really appreciate, Tim. They're going to be coming up now shortly to collect their medal.
So happy to see them once more, but I'm very happy that that young Greek sculler actually sprinted through the entire field, coming down from 5th at 1500 to claim the silver medal. But here's the bronze medal from Hadsund Row Club Denmark, August Wisholm. Medals presented to him by Anne-Marie Phelps, World Rowing Vice President. And here the Duisburg Sea Dragon being presented by OC board member Thomas Küper. And here he is, Nikolaos Cholopoulos from Greece. What a character. Silver medal for the young Greek sculler. Absolutely flying in the second half of this race. Quick handshake there with Thomas Küper. Very happy with his silver medal, but there can only be one champion, Eve.
There certainly can, only one champion, and that is the turn of Diego Goncalves of Portugal. Bronze medal last year, jumping up to gold this year. Portugal are having such a great under-23 World Championships, and they've never won gold in the men's single sculls. So another important day for them today. Smiles all around. To go from bronze last year to gold this year is brilliant, but let's hear it for the Portuguese national anthem. The supporters singing the national anthem along with him. We were just commentating off mics there. Portugal, after winning the men's single, the men's double and the lightweight men's single, really great championships for them.
Yeah, they've really got a great crop of athletes and good structure, and the results speak for themselves, really. With that, we go to the last day final of the day already. Here we go for the under-23 mixed 8. No heats, so it's all a big surprise for everybody. We have the United States of America in lane 1, Romania lane 2, Italy lane 3, the Netherlands lane 4, France lane 5, and Germany once again in lane 6. Not a bad lane to be in for the Germans. Here is the American crew. There's a bit of different philosophies going around how to combine the athletes in this event. We see the Americans combining basically the men's 4 and the women's 4. Slightly more exotic is the crew from Romania, with 3 crews from which we saw earlier in this 8, with the men's 4, women's pair and the women's 4. The Italians combining scull and sweep, with the men's 4, the women's double sculls and the women's quad in this sweeping event. The Dutch doing something similar, combining the men's 4 and the women's quad. And also the women's 4, if I'm not mistaken. France also combining scull and sweep rowers. It's a brilliant lineup. They have in the stroke seat Louise Dinard. And most exotic of all, Germany. Women's 4, men's pair, women's quad, and the and the men's double, all in this boat. So perhaps Germany trained the most in this lineup, being the home nation. They might have been in a position to train a little bit more. I can imagine not all these nations having rowed this event or trained for this event too much, but we'll just have to wait and see. As I said, it is a big surprise to everyone, but based on the individual qualities, I think Romania and the USA ought to be up there at the front of the field, but you never know. It's difficult to get an 8 to go fast as we prepare ourselves for the last start of this regatta, these World Rowing Under-23 Championships here in Duisburg. On the starter's orders, attention, and we are off. So a nice even start all across the board. Some rates flying up into the high 40s. Romania really pushing on here with nearly 50 strokes a minute. Italy going with them as well. The Dutch slightly lower. The French also up there, but the USA with the bow number 1 just outside of this picture also really flying off the blocks.
This is the first time these crews have raced together. There was no preliminaries, no heats. It's the first time that they are in this race experience together. And over on the left-hand side, we're seeing the crew from USA. One of the ones I had my eye on, all members of that crew are medalists from yesterday. We have the gold-winning women's 4, we have the bronze men's 4 in making up that crew. So they're looking really strong now, holding at 41 strokes per minute. The Italians, though, as we see on screen with that really aggressive stroke rate. We have 3 of the women who came third in the women's quad making up that boat.
Yeah, here are the Dutch already settling into that middle race pace. 38 strokes a minute for the Netherlands at the moment. They're about a canvas down on the crew leading, and that is the USA. It's difficult to judge that from this picture, but you can just about see the Americans now coming on the top of your picture in lane number 1, first across the timing mark, just ahead of Romania, the Netherlands, France, Germany and Italy at the moment. The Italians then slightly behind the rest of the field, but the USA really taking the initiative here.
They certainly are. Italians are the only ones, once again, who put the male in the stroke seat. Everyone else opted for a female rower. Look at this here now. USA and Netherlands going back and forth between the quickest, being the quickest boat on the water at the moment. USA doing really well to hold on to that lead and starting to open up a little bit from the Netherlands. Romania and France very close in for that bronze position at the moment.
Yeah, it's a great race by the Netherlands so far. They are matching Romania at the moment for speed, but the Americans' quickest boat out on the water by quite a margin. You can see here the umpire getting a little bit of center stage here as he follows that race, that fast race. All these crews really flying, and the Americans now increasing their lead. They're about half a length up on the Netherlands. Romania still in bronze medal position, and France now in the danger zone of being dropped off the podium. You can just about see all the cyclists on the right-hand side of the picture here following this race as we follow the American crew nearly halfway still in the lead.
Yeah, we come up to 1,000 metres now. We'll see the lead that they have. Then it is back and forth between Romania, who are on their right-hand side, and the Netherlands for that silver and bronze position, staying within touching distance of France. France looked to be increasing their speed, putting on that little bit of a push. The next 500 is going to be really, really important.
Yeah, that all-important third quarter of the race. You can make or break your race in that part of the course. And at the moment, though, the Dutch basically level with the Romanians. The Dutch slipping back slightly, but still on the podium. Here are the French, just 3/4 of a length down on the Dutch. And I feel the Romanians have really found some extra speed here as they come back at the Americans. The Americans were nearly breaking clear water a few hundred meters ago, but Romania finding that little bit of extra speed, and they are slightly faster than the USA.
Yeah, we have about 7:50 to go here now, and the Romanians really coming back into this race. Do they have enough space to take the gold medal out of the hands of USA, who have been holding it in their hands all the way down the course? USA starting to respond now, matching the speed of Romania. If they can hold that speed, they will stay ahead of them. The Netherlands then coming right back into this, up alongside Romania, then falling back a little bit. France, we have Italy then in fifth after overtaking Germany.
Yeah, I think the Netherlands and France know that they are the ones to decide who gets the bronze medal, but the Romanians, not after that great push at the start of the third quarter, are now sort of being held at the same distance by the Americans. I feel the Americans look so composed, coming through 1,500 meters gone, 2 seconds up on Romania. I think the Dutch, looking at the French crew beside them, I think the Dutch are going for the silver, no doubt. They're really stepping it up. The Netherlands still, well, not quite yet at 40 strokes a minute. That's the French crew. They are really motoring along here, but the Dutch get some great speed from that 37 strokes a minute and have that other gear to go to. We'll look at Elsbeth Bonen in the stroke seat to raise her crew to a finishing rhythm as we come into the last 300 meters of this final.
Romania about half a length down from USA now, trying to get back into contention for the gold medal. Netherlands are pushing, France are pushing. France are up at 42 strokes per minute, still sitting in that third position, but it's Romania now coming back at USA.
Ooh, Romania, Netherlands and France all quicker than the USA. Is the margin enough? The Americans still hold about a third of a length now ahead of a charging Romanian crew, and that would be something as the Romanians are overhauling the Americans, closing it down every single stroke. 100 meters to go. Is there enough space for Romania to overhaul the Americans for the gold medal in this final? They're shortening up. It's going to be really close. Less than a canvas now. A few more strokes to go as the USA try to cling on to that gold medal. I think they're just about to go to get it. Just indeed, USA get the gold medal ahead of Romania, and despite a fast flying French crew, the Dutch get a bronze medal in the end. I think the first medal for the Netherlands, and behind them it's too close to call. I didn't really catch that, to be honest, between Germany and the Italian crew for places 5 and 6, but this American crew, whoa, that was close, and that is a great look at the elation here. You can just about see Kian Armenian they're just having a little bit of a celebration here. The first world champions in this mixed 8 and under 23. Here is the confirmation. Sub 6 for the United States. Romania just 3/4 of a second behind, and the Dutch complete the podium for that bronze medal.
Here we go to the victory ceremony of the mixed double sculls. First time we're seeing this gold class on a podium at under 23 level after it was brought in at the World Championships in Shanghai last year for the seniors. And another great race here. Bronze medal going to that crew from Germany.
Yeah, congratulations to Yannick Sens in the bow seat together with Charlotte Luster, who was in that stroke seat. she's been handed her medal by Jean-Christophe Roland, World Rowing President, and that toy, the Sea Dragon from Duisburg, is presented to them by CEO of Duisburg Sport, Johannes Michels.
Silver then to Romania, the Bausi David Shintik, one of the twins that we saw in the doubles yesterday. And then we have Stigara Orlu, who was 5th in the women's 4 yesterday. So adding a medal into her suitcase on the way home. But the winners of this race really impressed us, Tim.
Yeah, an amazing race and another medal for the Greek team. But here are the world champions, double sculls world champions here. Dimitra Eleni Kontu on the left, together with Konstantinos Giannoulis representing Greece. And yeah, we were really impressed by the way they rowed together. Both rowing the double, of course, and then stepping into this mixed double. Really knew exactly what they were capable of and stuck to their race plan. It was a really impressive race by these young Greek scullers, as for the last time we go to the Greek national anthem.
There, Greece, Romania and Germany taking the medals, the first ever medals at the Under-23 World Champs in the mixed double sculls. We will have the victory ceremony of the mixed eights coming up, but we just need to give them a little moment to get off the water, get themselves prepared for the victory ceremony. So we've had so many great races today. Tim, anything stand out to you?
Well, I really liked the men's single A final. I think that had everything. Some predictable results in the end with Diogo Goncalves. He's shown his potential for that gold medal in the semi-final yesterday. But yeah, you still have to do it in the final. And he was so cool, and he knew exactly where his strength was, and that was in that third quarter in the last 500 meters, where he really powered through. But yeah, despite me fanboying over the sunglasses of Nikolaos Cholopoulos, I think that was also a highlight for me. After the race, we had a quick check on the data, and we saw that he came back from 5th at 1500, completely out of sight of medal contention, and then all of a sudden, with the afterburners on, powering through to that silver medal. That was something. Of course, we've seen him do that in the heat as well, but still to do that in a final where the level of competition is, of course, slightly higher. I didn't really expect the young Greek to do that, so that was absolutely brilliant. A little bit of a heartbreak as well in that same race that Yeftet Mutlu, the defending champion, wasn't able to feature on the podium. I think he got 6th in the end. But yeah, that race had everything for me. How about you?
There was so many nations that actually won their first medals in their different boat classes today. One of those was Peru in the lightweight women's single sculls. I thought that was a great race. We had, of course, the very experienced Melissa Skin-Carriola of Italy, the reigning champion, who didn't even feature on the podium. Natalie Senjuk of Germany, an incredible race. Really got to see in that race. Individual neutral athletes, Barisovic then in that silver over. But Peru's Zagara, to come from, she was in the open weight women's scull last year at the under 23 level, then came over to lightweight this year. We've seen her in beach sprints, and to win the first medal for Peru in the lightweight women's single sculls, I just thought that was a great race.
Yeah, I would agree. That was amazing to watch, and so many brilliant performances all round from the women's single. I really loved the women's 8 as well. I mean, you have that sort of traditional rivalry between the USA and Great Britain. In the men's 8, Great Britain got that, I think, flawless execution of their race plan, and they really showed their power in that last quarter, just pulling away from the rest of the field, leaving everybody to fend for the silver and the bronze medal. Like the way the Kiwi 8 was in there as well. And with the women's 8, I think gutsy from the Great Britain crew to go out to get the gold medal, knowing full well that the American crew was probably the faster crew, but they really took it to the Americans. So hats off to both Great Britain and the USA in that women's final. Loads of great races after having some brilliant finals yesterday. Today was no disappointment.
Yeah, I think we spoke as well about Portugal and their performance at the championships overall. They won the men's single scull, as you mentioned, the men's doubles from yesterday, and the lightweight men's single sculls this year. You were mentioning, we saw them featuring a little bit on the podium last year and getting stronger, and this year just dominating those 3 boat classes. Not traditionally a nation that we would see a lot on the podium, but they've just been building and getting stronger.
Yeah, you could really see the difference between last year and this year. You could see it by the physicality of the athletes. You could see that little bit more muscle there, and of course all the experience they've been getting racing internationally. And of course Diego Concalves also rowing Henley, which is also always a massive boost in confidence, and racing that final in Henley against Ollie Zeidler must have been quite something. And then to top that season off with a World Championship gold medal here in Duisburg, I think he deserves his summer break. I'd love to see more of him. I'm sure we will. And this is always these under 23 World Championships. It's the next generation. We saw so many athletes sort of stepping up from the under 19s to the under 23s, but also more senior athletes in this under 23 circuit are really sort of developing, and they're sort of really nearly ready to go to the seniors. And it's always a great thing to say that we've seen athletes here who will feature in Olympic finals in the years to come. That's always something I keep in the back of my head, because it's an amazing privilege to be part of their journey in this sport.
And I think that mix of the experience and kind of the newer rowers, that Greek mixed double was a great example of that. The experience of Dimitra Contu in the stroke seat paired with the young athlete Giannoulis, who came up from under 19s last year, and to be paired together, that experience with an athlete who hasn't featured that much on the international scene yet, put them together and create a really strong combination.
Yeah, it's an amazing way to sort of make sure everybody gets that experience, and that raises everybody's game. Talk about game. We are into the last victory ceremony for the under 23 mixed 8s. Loads of happy faces all round. We just saw the Dutch athletes passing our vantage point here, and here are the Romanians also really happy with that performance in the final. Medals presented by this man, Jean-Christophe Roland, World Rowing President, together with the President of the OC, Tobias Weisters. And first, that bronze medal, the Netherlands. Very happy with this medal for the Netherlands. The crew of Femke de Wit in the bow seat there, together with Minou Bouwman. That's the bow pair here. And in the 3 seat we find Luca Verschepot, the national champion in the single, jumping into a sweep boat here. Zeno van Rijn in the powerhouse of that 8, together with Pepijn Ermstrang. Here is Beer Florijn getting a medal here, and that's good because both his brother and sister, of course, senior athletes in the world rowing scene. Lotta van Westrene in the 7th seat and setting the rhythm for this crew. Elisabeth Bonen together with Lotte Vedel, who coxed this Dutch 8 all the way across the lake here in Duisburg. As here is Tobias Weisters, the president of the OC, handing out the gifts.
As we move to our silver medal winners, Romania, made up of lots of different crews from the weekend. The women's pair, the women's 4, the men's 4 coming together to create this strong combination. We have Juliana Arena Cantoru in the bow seat, finishing 5th in the women's pair. Yesterday we have Andrea Petras in the 2 seat. Lucia Maria Ursu in 3 seat. Sebastian Alexandre Tasca coming out of the men's 4. Nicolae Razvan Estion, Serglu Anfimov, all of these from the men's 4. Antonelle Abakateri, stroked there by Denisa Christina Ilinkai, and coxed by Maria Antonia Enku.
They got so close to the Americans in the final sprint. It was just a whisker. A great sprint by the Romanians. Of course, we know the Romanian team in general have that great sprint, and you really saw them powering up way above 40 strokes a minute, but just not enough to get the better over this crew from the United States of America. First world champions in the under-23 mixed 8 from the USA. Lovely to see the Americans really stepping out, really making a mark in the first half of this race, and then clinging on for dear life ahead of. Yeah, second medal for a lot of these athletes. We saw Phoebe Wise there together with Claire Praag, Timothy Parsons, of course, also part of that crew. Kian Armenian in the 4 seat. We just saw that little celebration of him when they crossed the line. Tobias Finn, Jordan Dijkema, Ella Wheeler, and last but not least, well, certainly last, not last even, Annika Jeffery, who set that amazing pace in the first half, all under the guidance of this man, Michael Kane, who also coxed the men's 8, so he jumped straight into his next boat. And we hear the American anthem, the last anthem of the day, because there's no more finals after this one, so let's hear it for the anthem of the United States of America.
Congratulations there, USA, Romania and Netherlands. USA, every athlete going home with 2 medals each after the championships. But that rounds out the World Rowing Under-23 Championships 2026.
Yes, it's been an amazing regatta. We've had 4 days of amazing racing here on the Wedau Regatta-Strecke in Duisburg, Germany. As all these athletes now pose for their pictures, there's no rush after this. They have their time to take all the team pictures, and what an amazing weekend we've had. Some great racing, some new champions, some old champions defending their titles successfully. We've seen all-star performances, as here we have that little look at the medal standing with, no surprise that Greece have the most medals ahead of the USA and Great Britain. But a great regatta we've had here in Duisburg. But if I'm a bit sad that the racing is already done. It's not even 1 o'clock in the afternoon, but no worries, because we've got you covered. Next week we go to Varese in Italy for the European Championships, and World Rowing goes to Plovdiv in the first week of August for the Under-19 World Championship. That regatta starts on August 6th, so we have plenty of rowing to look forward to. And of course the World Championships in Amsterdam at the end of August. So sad to close things down here in Duisburg, but plenty of races to look forward to.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us over the last 4 days of competition. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage. A big thank you to everyone who's been involved in this production. I'm Niamh Hayes.
And my name is Tim van Vliet, and thank you very much for tuning in, and we'll see you soon.